Good morning and welcome to today. So it's Thursday in Easter half term, and today's virtual work experience day is with KPMG and Pathway CTM. But it's KPMG day today. There's a lot of you here. There's a lot of items to go through. There's a lot of stuff to get done today. It's going to be a really exciting day, and I'm really looking forward to it. There's been lots of people saying hello in the chat box already, which is fantastic. So thank you and welcome to today. I'm going to introduce a few little bits first, and then we're going to meet the KPMG team. So today, when we communicate, we're going to be using the chat box, and you can also raise your hand. But remember, when we go into the breakout room, when we do the breakout room session, I'm going to encourage everybody to come off mute and speak on microphone. Don't be shy. Use this as a test ground to make sure that you interact lots, okay? This is the whole purpose of today. It's that virtual work experience to give you different experiences and try different things so that once you do decide that you're going to apply to KPMG and you get through their processes, you're a bit more comfortable interacting and you know what you're doing and you'll come across a little bit better. So try it out, and we're here to support you as well. So use the chat box for questions and for engagement. Like I said, lots of hellos and good mornings already, which is fantastic. Okay. So who am I? My name is Max. I'm the head of student support and events at Pathway CTM. What does that actually mean? So my team and I, we put events like this together. I host a lot of them. And then when you do these sessions and you think, right, this is it, KPMG is in my future, I want to get my applications in, and you get to the point you're like, I'm not really sure how to write my CV or how to prepare for an interview or even what an assessment center looks like, that's where my student support side comes in. And me and my team help students like yourselves prepare for these things so that you're not going into them blind for the first time without any experience. I run a drop-in session every Wednesday, 4:30 till 5:30 for students to come along and ask questions. It's totally driven by students. There's no agenda. So use those to come along. And that's basically my job. That's what I do at Pathway CTM. But today, like I said, we're with KPMG, and it's a really important day today because it's the virtual work experience. And these are the types of days that you can then reference in interviews. You can put it on your CVs and reference that you've done these as well. The session introduction I've done, we're going to meet KPMG in a short while. I'm going to hand over to them. We've got a poll beforehand. We've got a business pitch challenge today as well, which is going to be really exciting because we're going to split you into breakout rooms. We're going to have representatives from KPMG and Pathway CTM helping you out in those rooms. And a lot of that is going to be off microphone, speaking, discussing, contributing ideas. And then maybe there might be a little bit of presenting as well. Then we're going to have lunch. So we've got an hour for lunch. And then we come back and then we do Apprentice Q&A. So think of questions that you've got. Think of questions that you want to ask apprentices and people who are doing what you are hoping to do in the future or have been through these processes that you're about to go through. Okay. Then we've got a networking skills session, and then a commercial awareness skills session. And then we're going to be finished by 3 o'clock. And at the end of the day, we've got an overview and a wrap up. Okay. And we're going to go have a look over the day and see what we've learned and what we can take forward. So let's get moving. We've got a poll. I'm going to launch this poll now, and it's going to appear on your screen. And I want you guys to answer it. So if you had £1 million, what would you spend it on? If you had £1 million, what would you spend it on? Is it charity, stocks, Forex, Bitcoin, property, other? Put it in the chat, or you wouldn't spend a single penny. Let us know. And then what route would you take after leaving school? You look at university, apprenticeship, you're going to do a gap year. You're thinking of something else, put it in the chat box, or you don't know. And then how much do you know about KPMG? And be honest, do you know nothing? Do you know a little bit, a fair amount, quite a bit, or are you an expert on KPMG? Okay, so I'm going to give you a minute to fill that out. There's a lot of you. So if you had £1 million, what would you spend it on? I'm not going to reveal the answers yet, but they're coming through. I'm trying to think what I'd spend £1 million on. We can ask the KPMG team in a second. Remember your options: charity, stocks, Forex, Bitcoin, property. You wouldn't spend a penny. There's others. I hope they're going in the chat box with those others. And then what route are we looking at after leaving school? University, apprenticeship, gap year. Okay. I'm going to give you another 30 seconds to answer those. Don't think about it for too long. Just get your answers in. 30 seconds. Hey, there's some interesting stuff in the chat box, actually. about what people do with their money. Okay, last 15 seconds. Just got a few of you to answer. Last 15 seconds. Done. I'm going to share the results. So let's have a look. We asked you, if you had £1 million, what would you spend it on? So 3% have said charity. I'm not sure if I'm a little bit disappointed with that. 16% have said stocks, Forex and Bitcoin. 67% have said property. Some smart people on here. 11% have said other, and 3% wouldn't spend a penny. What route would you take after leaving school? 57% are on university and 35% are on apprenticeship. 1% say other and 8% don't know. And then how much do you know about KPMG? This is the important one. 52% know a little bit, 21% know nothing, and 21% know a fair amount. Those of you that have said you know nothing, fantastic. And it's good to be open about that, because that's the whole point of today. You're going to learn lots about KPMG, what the opportunities are. And once you do make £1 million with them, where are you going to spend your money? And maybe they can help you with that. So it's good. Today, learn and ask questions. For those of you that aren't sure about KPMG and about university and apprenticeships, make sure you ask those questions. Use today's forum. Please don't be shy. We're here exactly for that purpose. And then if we look at the others that went in the chat box, there's a fair amount of paper. Well, somebody said they'd spend it on clothes. £1 million on clothes is a lot. That's a lot of clothes. Even that's coming from a man who's got over 100 pairs of shoes. Some have said, give half to my mum, save the rest, give some to family, and then spend it on property. Somebody said they'd save it for higher education expenses. Maybe we can help you so that you don't have to spend it on higher education expenses. Some people have put holidays. A lot of people have put in family. They'd invest it in property and give the rest to family. So that's brilliant. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to stop sharing that. We're going to move on. So I am now going to hand over. Like I said, we're with KPMG. I'm from Pathway CTM. And we're going to meet the team. So we've got Hannah, Chloe and Becky, but they're going to introduce themselves. And I'm going to hand over to Hannah, and she's going to take over the screen as well and start sharing her information. So Hannah, good morning and welcome.
Thanks so much, Max. Yes, just give me 2 seconds, everyone. I will share my screen with you all.
Just to warn you as well, I'm going to ask you what you'd spend £1 million on.
I was thinking about it, actually. So I'm sure I can answer that one. Cool. Okay, so hopefully you can all see that all right, Max. Does that look okay?
Yes, it does.
Fab, perfect. So morning, everyone. And like Max said, thank you so much for joining us on one of your days off as part of your Easter holiday. We do really appreciate it. Hopefully you'll find out kind of lots of really key information today. It's actually really good to see that not a lot of you know too much about KPMG. Because that is exactly why we're here today, to kind of give you a better idea, and it also may surprise you as well with some of the various different opportunities that we have got. So to kick off then, we will just quickly introduce ourselves. So my name's Hannah. I'm one of the assistant managers within the student recruitment team at KPMG. My role predominantly focuses on our apprenticeship recruitment. So that can be kind of anything from managing applications coming through, kind of overseeing that, but also obviously much more on kind of the outreach and engagement side as well. So events like today, and working with our different partnerships such as Pathway to really kind of ensure that we're increasing awareness of various different opportunities that we have. And I definitely say I'm a very big advocate for apprentices. So hopefully we can shed a bit more light on that this morning. But I will hand over to Chloe.
Thanks, Chloe. I'm a student recruitment officer at KPMG. So like Hannah, I also focus on apprenticeships. I'm based in the Watford office and I've been here almost a year. So I'll hand over to Becky.
Hi everyone, I'm Becky. I'm the apprenticeship coordinator at KPMG. So I started here in November and I'm based in Manchester. But yeah, shall we start presentation please, Hannah?
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, guys. So I know we've run through the agenda already, so we will move on swiftly to the next part of the presentation. So first of all, we really just wanted to give you an insight into kind of who KPMG are and what we do. So to kick off today. So I'll just get these bits up for you. So KPMG in the UK is very much part of a global network, and we offer a variety of different services. So these will include things like audit, tax, legal, consulting, deal advisory and technology. Within our kind of UK services, we have around 16,000 employees, all of those employees bringing kind of creativity, insight, and various different levels of experience to really kind of solve the companies that we work with and different communities, their biggest problems. So as you can see on there, our work spans kind of very much different areas. And because of that, we deal with some of the biggest companies within the UK as well. And in regards to that, it will kind of be names that you've heard of. So like you can see on there, high street names, FTSE listed businesses, startups, but also the public sector, including kind of NHS and universities as well. So I think one of the things that we kind of really like to share is that if you do join us, you will have the exposure to working with kind of various different businesses at different sizes, with various different kind of issues and problems as well. Example from kind of the startup side, you may get a business that is very much kind of just starting their journey, whereas with some of the kind of other big established companies, they may be looking to kind of acquire different businesses, and they might be going through quite different like transformational changes. So there's a really kind of wide variety of different projects and different companies that you'll get the chance to work with as well. To give you a bit more of kind of a snapshot overview then, we at KPMG feel like it's really important to make sure that everybody gets the most out of kind of their work life and their life outside of that as well. So we're really trying to build a really open and inclusive and diverse workplace that really just gives everyone the opportunity to kind of do their best. And as you can see on here, we are being recognised for that externally as well, which is really great, as we're really kind of trying to place as much importance of these various different aspects as we can. As you can see on there, kind of the Social Mobility Employer Index, we are rated in the top 3 for that. And in the Times top 100 graduate employers, we actually need to update that, I think, because I think we might have gone up a bit, but TBC on that. And also as well, just proud to be ranked one of the Times top 50 employers as well. And like I said, in terms of kind of our network, we are very much global. So we do operate in over 150 countries. And we do have about 24 offices based across the UK as well. So hopefully, once we kind of start to talk a little bit more about our opportunities later on in the session, we will have a location that kind of you're looking for and that you would be quite happy to work in as well. And just to finish off, we are one of the big 4 professional services firms in the UK as well. So you will very much get the opportunity, like I said, to work with a variety of different businesses and different people if you were to join us. To move on then to our impact and ESG. So some of you may have heard of the term ESG. Don't worry if you haven't. It's quite a new thing that a lot of businesses are kind of looking to focus on at the moment. So ESG stands for environmental, social and governance. And we just really wanted to share a bit of kind of KPMG's plan for this. And this is very much our commitment to support the UK in a connected world, but also to make sure that very much that we're believing in kind of sustainable growth, and that this is really kind of the way of building a successful business, that you have a very much positive lasting impact on the world. So kind of things we've done to do this, like you can see on there, we've very much increased our transparency on the way we run the business. So that includes our impact on the environment and also driving greater prosperity for people, communities and the different companies that we work with. And all of that is very much just around holding ourselves to account for making progress in these different areas as well. So some of the things that we're doing, so within the firm, we are kind of engaging with over 100 of our suppliers to make significant carbon reductions across the supply chain throughout kind of sustainable procurement program. In terms of the companies we work with, we really just want to take more of a connected approach to how we kind of shape this, and also just how our different companies we work with respond to the different challenges as part of ESG as well, and to really support them in their journey with this. And our people are definitely part of that as well. So very much aimed towards protecting the health and well-being of our people, both physically and mentally, to very much enable them to do their best. In regards to communities, between 2020 and 2025, we want to work directly with over 150,000 kind of different beneficiaries to really kind of build essential skills and improve social mobility. And that will very much include a lot of work with schools and kind of higher education as well. So hopefully that just gives you kind of a bit of an insight into kind of what we are doing to, like I said, make sure our impact is as positive as possible. Moving on then to kind of another subject that we find really important at KPMG. And again, very much kind of, I feel like this is reflected within kind of the different opportunities that we offer throughout our kind of graduate and kind of apprenticeship programs as well. So I suppose, as I mentioned at the beginning, we very much recognise that to be successful, you need to have a very much diverse workforce, and we're kind of really placing a lot of importance on this within the business. As you can see on there, we've just kind of entered a few things in regards to kind of how we are working towards this as a firm. I suppose the companies we work with as well really see a difference within working with us, because we are so committed to kind of offering different solutions to maximise diversity, and really kind of working with them very closely to kind of make sure they see the benefits of this as well. So just a few things on this. So we've got our Black Heritage initiatives. So we're very much taking steps towards determining the power of those within Black Heritage programs at KPMG. And we run those across mainly our graduate programs at the moment. However, we are looking to build that into our apprenticeship offering as well. In regards to kind of the Black Lives Action Plan, we've committed to at least double the number of Black partners and directors by 2022, and to ensure that all Black colleagues join and progress through KPMG as kind of everybody else does within the business. And then we've also got our Black Lives Allyship Programme as well. So that is very much kind of pairing people with mentors within the business to make sure they feel kind of fully supported if they do want to kind of explore opportunities at KPMG, or they just need any support generally with the application process and things like that. And to move on then, just to give you an idea of kind of the different networks you can find at KPMG. So again, this is really about us just wanting to create an environment where people feel they can join different networks. And these are really open to everybody. So as you can see on there, there's some that we have picked out, but we actually do have around 15 different employee networks available for when you join us. So this is very much about kind of representing specific groups, but also increasing collaboration as well. So for us, we feel that these networks are really important. They run kind of really important events throughout the year, such as kind of International Women's Day, LGBT Pride, Ramadan, and Black History Months as well. They're just a few of the things that we do really celebrate at KPMG. Another one I'd really like to pick out is Be Mindful. So that is kind of our network that's all focused around kind of mental health and well-being. And I think definitely kind of with being at KPMG over the last couple of years, with the impact of COVID, I've really seen a huge focus kind of on that kind of mental health and well-being side, and the business are really trying to do a lot to ensure kind of us as employees feel kind of really supported, and that we know where to go for various different kind of resources and things as well. So hopefully that gives you kind of an idea of some of the things you could be involved in if you were to join us as well. To move on then to our values. So I suppose it's really important that I would say that when you're kind of thinking about applying to any business, that you do have a look through their values. We really kind of love it and appreciate it when we can see that people have kind of really read through our values when they come to kind of maybe do an assessment centre with us or an interview. just because our values really does kind of underline the foundation of everything we do at KPMG, and really does kind of represent our culture and how we kind of work with other organisations as well. So hopefully kind of having a look at these values should give you again an idea of kind of what life would be like working at KPMG and how we do things as well. So yeah, I would really recommend that you have a look at a company's values before applying to them, very much to see if they align with your own values as well. But also it's a great kind of method to show that you've really kind of gone out there and researched that company. Fab. So to finish off this section then, I just wanted to give you a bit of an idea in regards to the different roles we actually recruit for at KPMG. So as I mentioned earlier, our work spans a variety of different services, and these are some of the core areas that we recruit in. So all of these areas we're recruiting for our apprenticeship programme, aside from deal advisory, and all of these kind of, we have graduate programmes sat within all of these different areas as well. So I'm going to pick out just a few of these, but if you do have any questions about these specific areas, obviously we will have our apprentices joining later on, so please do feel free to kind of ask any questions to them. So I will just go through audit, as audit is kind of our largest practice, and we kind of very much describe that as kind of an MOT for a car, but for a business. So we would go in and check the financials of a company to ensure that the published accounts provided are kind of really true and fair. And as an auditor, you will kind of be expected to do quite a lot of investigative work as well. So it's really much around kind of building trust with the companies we work with. And again, like I mentioned earlier, that can be companies from all shapes and sizes as well. I'll go on to tech, as tech is really kind of underpinning everything we do at KPMG and really is at the heart of all of kind of the client businesses that we're working with. So we're seeing that a lot of businesses are very much going through a digital transformation, and we're very much seeing this as kind of as important as ever. So I suppose from kind of the roles that we've got, that can go from kind of software engineering, data analytics, digital consulting, cyber, risk management. There are so many kind of different areas within tech that if that is an area that you're interested in, we do have plenty of opportunities within that. And we work with leading names within the tech industry, such as Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, and Google as well, to really ensure that they are always kind of one step ahead. And the last one that I'll go over is our business services. So KPMG Business Services is very much kind of at the heart of the firm. So it's very much kind of the, I suppose, call them the support functions within the business. So myself, Becky, and Chloe all are part of KPMG Business Services within recruitment, but other areas that you'd have in there would be kind of market development, facilities, IT, corporate affairs, and things like that as well. So yeah, like I said, a really, again, a wide variety of different roles available within that particular role area. Perfect. So I'm going to just hand over to Chloe now, who will give you a little bit more information in regards to our opportunities.
Thanks, Hannah. So if we can move to the next slide. So this map demonstrates our office locations, where we have graduate, undergraduate and apprenticeship opportunities available. So if you're thinking about applying for a role with us, it is really important that you think about location, as this does form your career motivation, and also you'll be based in that office for the whole duration of the programme you choose to join. So obviously, as some of the apprenticeship programmes can be like up to 5 or 6 years long, it's really important to think about that as well. In light of COVID-19, a lot of our employees have been working effectively from home. And as restrictions have relaxed and changed, most employers have taken a hybrid approach. So where they do some days in the office and some days at home as well. So moving on to a bit more about our apprenticeship programs. So the ones you can see on screen are the apprenticeship programs that we offer. So first of all, we have our audit apprenticeship programme. As previously mentioned, audit is our largest practice. So we have a lot of these programmes available in lots of different office locations. So this programme is 5 years long, where you'll rotate around the different areas within audit, and you'll work towards the level 7 ACA or CA qualification. We then have 2 degree apprenticeships. So one of them is our audit data and analytics degree apprenticeship, which is 4 years long, and you'll learn how to become an effective audit analyst. So this is available in Birmingham and Leeds. We also then have our software engineering degree apprenticeship, which is 5 years long, where you can either join the Financial Services Technology Delivery Centre or our Solutions and Digital team. So this is available in London and Manchester. So these programs are a bit different because you combine working with studying at university. So you'll achieve a bachelor's degree in digital and technology solutions. We then have our consulting apprenticeship, where you'll rotate in different areas around consulting, such as forensic, risk and regulatory, cyber and technology. This is 6 years long, and the qualification is dependent on the path you choose, but it could include the level 7 ACA or CA qualification as well. We then have our law apprenticeship, which is one of our newer programs. So during this, you'll understand the issues that businesses face and draw upon our legal expertise along with the wider KPMG capabilities to resolve them. So this one's 6 years long, and you'll achieve a level 7 solicitor apprenticeship. We then have 2 programs which are 2 years long, and you can start these after you've finished your GCSEs. So you don't necessarily need A levels for the entry requirements for this. But first is our consulting managed services apprenticeship. So you'll be working with clients who are looking to temporarily outsource parts of their business. Then we have our business services apprenticeship. Like Hannah said, our business services are the engine room at KPMG, and they're structured around 3 groups. So business partnering, centre of expertise and operational excellence. So for both of these programs, you'll work towards a level 3 business administration apprenticeship. So that just gives you an overview of the apprenticeships we offer. So moving on this slide, the aim of this is to show you that regardless of whether you join an apprenticeship program or a graduate program, you'll work towards the same end goal, which is gaining your professional qualification. The main difference is the length of the program, and the job opportunities will vary depending on your performance throughout the program. But I know in the poll at the start, it was quite split between people wanting to do an apprenticeship or wanting to go to university. So this just shows you that whichever option you take, like you are going for the same end goal. Obviously, university may not be for everyone, so it's good to know about the different options for like apprenticeships. And also you may think apprenticeship isn't for you and you're set on going to university, which is absolutely fine. There's lots of opportunities for you when you graduate as well. I also just wanted to mention our discovery programme in case anyone's interested in work experience. So this programme gives you the chance to gain an overview of the professional services sector. It gives an excellent insight into the work we do, our culture and our people. And it also provides you with some interactive learning opportunities as well to enhance your skills. It's usually aimed at students who are finishing college or sixth form the following year and are interested in doing an apprenticeship. It also supports our social mobility, so there is a specific eligibility criteria as well. This will run later this year, so applications aren't open yet, but you can view more details about the programme and the entry criteria on our careers website as well. Once the applications do open, you apply through that website as well. And then moving on to a bit about training and development. You'll receive great training and development opportunities. You'll benefit from funded relevant professional qualifications or accreditations, structured development, and the opportunity to build a really rewarding long-term career. So we have our PQA team, which consists of a combination of experienced managers, exam coaches, and qualified colleagues. Their focus is to work for you throughout your training, supporting you to be successful in your exams and to reach your full potential as well. Many of them have studied for the qualifications themselves, so they'll understand exactly what kind of support you'll need. We then have our academy, which gives you access to a community that offers support as you begin your career. It will help you build your network and offers inspiring talks, mentoring and events. Our learning offer to you is all-encompassing and includes challenging on-the-job experiences to online and in-classroom courses, networking and knowledge sharing. So in your early career, you'll benefit from all manner of development opportunities, like I said, including talks, secondments, mentoring, one-to-one learning, and a wide variety of events as well. Then this slide just shows you a bit more about the reward and benefits. So we recognise and reward the integrity, ideas and commitment of our people. So by joining us, you can look forward to a competitive salary and a wide range of employee benefits. We also believe in offering choice and flexibility. So you'll be able to tailor some of these benefits to suit your own preferences as well. Some of them do depend on grade, but some examples of what you might typically get is a bonus scheme, staff discounts, 25 days holiday, plus an additional day for your birthday, daily lunch allowance and private healthcare as well. So now I'll hand over to Becky to go a bit more in detail into our recruitment process.
Thank you, Chloe. Yeah, so I'm going to go into a bit of detail about like how you apply for the apprenticeship or graduate scheme and the sort of strengths that we're looking for. So first of all, this is how we assess your strengths. So as you can see on the slide, it's about the use, energy and performance shown. So this approach allows candidates to demonstrate their authentic selves, and it's an opportunity for candidates to get an insight into how aligned they are with the KPMG culture and values. So we're looking for people with the potential to be exceptional, rather than focusing solely on what you already know and what you may have already done, say work experience wise. So can we go on to the next slide, please? Great. So these are the strengths that we assess throughout your application and if you get through to the interview stage. So there's 11 in total. So the first one is career motivation. So you would need to think obviously about why you would want to work for KPMG, why are you attracted to our firm in particular, and why you've chosen the particular programme and location. So for example, maybe audit in London. And you've got to be clear on why you've applied for the role and do your strengths align to the particular role. And obviously do a bit of research into the qualification you would be studying during the apprenticeship, such as AAT, ACA or CIMA. And then the second strength is drive quality. So you've got to show that you're a determined individual who wants to accomplish results and achieve high quality results. Are you proactive in taking ownership of tasks? Can you preempt any potential issues? And are you accountable for your actions? And thirdly, demonstrated integrity. So working for sort of any company, it's obviously crucial that you're transparent and honest in the way that you're working, particularly with the clients. So it's critical that all the colleagues at KPMG support an ethical environment. So you value the rules and you are always acting and making decisions in accordance with your up-to-date knowledge of regulations. So are you driven to ensure your work practices are transparent? And are you happy to challenge conduct or practice in anything that you believe to be unethical? And are you happy to uphold ethical standards? Do you champion and adhere to the rules and the guidelines? And then next we've got critical thinker. So we will provide you with the autonomy to make decisions. We need to be sure that you have the ability to critically evaluate and interpret information. And can you use this to make solutions and solve any problems. So are you an individual who is comfortable analysing and interpreting complex information? And are you able to see problems from a variety of perspectives? And then the next one is being a resilient performer. So of course, we've all faced challenges where we have to overcome potential issues to achieve our goals. So the important thing is the way you react to ensure that you stay focused on attaining results during challenging times or maybe stressful periods. So can you maintain a positive attitude when you're faced with such challenges? And are you aware of your emotions? And are you able to frame any difficulties in a constructive manner? And then the next strength is leverage technology. So obviously we're living in a fast-paced world where technology is ever changing and it's important to keep up to date. Essentially, if you don't keep up to date, you can get behind and everyone else is moving on. So we want students to show that they're curious about the changes and opportunities that new technology brings, and you're eager to implement these in your work and share these ideas with other colleagues and help them also. And the next one is communicating effectively, which is probably quite an obvious one. So are you able to share your ideas constructively and make sure that everyone understands the point that you're trying to make? And can you show that you're passionate and professional about what you're talking about? And then the 8th strength is fostering innovation. So we work in an environment of increasing change, again, like with the leverage technology. So colleagues here are required to be comfortable with any uncertainty and flexible in their approach to new tasks and how they respond to new situations. So can you adapt to complex and ambiguous situations, and can you flourish through working in new ways? Can you adapt to new circumstances and propose new ideas and solutions appropriately? And then number 9, we've got credible connector. So can you build deep relationships with others? Because obviously that is a big part of being successful at KPMG, working not only in your team, but collaborating with other teams. Obviously, our culture is inclusive and diverse. So whichever part of the business you join, whether it be audit, consulting, etc., you'll be part of a team. So we're looking for individuals who will thrive working in a team, and you enjoy meeting other people, learning about their perspectives, and sort of bouncing your ideas off each other. And obviously, a lot of your work will probably be client-based. So you need to be able to make lasting connections with clients and keep them up to date with what's going on. So are you someone that takes the time to truly understand others, to understand their opinions, their goals, and their individual needs? And can you build those lasting relationships? Do you enjoy getting to meet new people and maintaining those relationships with them? And we've got number 10, so showing curiosity. So the opportunities available at KPMG are vast. So we want you to develop both professionally and personally, and we can offer you the tools to go far. But obviously a big part of it is being able to drive yourself and having that motivation. So are you an inquisitive individual? Do you constantly seek out new information and feedback? And are you always striving to improve and develop yourself? And are you able to learn from your mistakes? Can you grasp new things quickly and apply learning with immediate effect? And then finally, we have being a purposeful collaborator. So again, this links to sort of being part of a team. So everyone achieves their best results through collaborative working. So it's vital that we all work together. Everyone brings a unique perspective. Their diversity of thought and their experience ensures that we deliver our best results. So will you be proactive in reaching out to others to ensure that you have the right people involved to maximise the outcomes? And are you someone who contributes to a positive and supportive environment by constructively resolving team challenges, taking an inclusive approach and embracing those different perspectives? Can we go on to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I'll just go into some detail now about our application process. So it's very similar between the apprentice and graduate application process. So once you've done a bit of research into which programme you want to apply for, so let's say, consulting in Manchester, there's an application form to fill out. So you do not need to submit your CV or a cover letter. So within the application form, it'll be divided into sections. So you'll submit your GCSE results, A-level results. Obviously, if these are predicted for, say, summer 22 or summer 23, that's fine. Any work experience, and whether you have studied towards any professional qualifications, such as AAT or ACA. Just be aware that if you have completed any professional qualifications, you potentially could be overqualified for the apprenticeship. So make sure you have a read through that on the website. Once you've submitted that application form, we will invite you to complete our first assessment, which is called Transforming Small Businesses. So this is untimed and you have 5 days to complete it from the day you're sent the link. We recommend taking about 90 minutes to complete this. And it's probably better to do it in one sitting, but obviously if you do have to break it up into a couple of sittings, that's fine. You can save your progress. So this first assessment is basically scenario based. So you're given 3 fictional small businesses, which all have their own business challenges, and you have to answer questions about them and how you would, react and help them with your expertise knowledge. We would then contact you once you've completed that assessment with a strengths report, which will tell you obviously which strengths you were good at within the assessment and which you need to develop and improve for next time. And then obviously we would also contact to say whether you have met our eligibility criteria within the application form. And if so, we will invite you to complete a second assessment, which is called Delivering Outcomes. So this assessment is timed. It is 60 minutes in duration. And again, you will have 5 minutes to complete it. So this one is about one of the fictional businesses that was mentioned previously in that first assessment. And you'll have to have your webcam on and do some video responses to the questions asked. Obviously, if you have any reasonable adjustments, such as extra time, you would just send an email to the apprenticeships team with proof that you have extra time for exams. And we can accommodate that for you. And then finally, if you're successful with that second assessment, we will invite you to a virtual launch pad. So this is 3 hours long in duration. It's broken down into 3 sections. So you would have group discussion, an individual reflection, and an interview. The interview would obviously be one-to-one with a manager or senior employee at KPMG. And for your group discussion, you'll be with 3 or 4 other candidates, where again, you would discuss the scenario given to you. And that individual reflection is like what it says on the tin. So you would look back and reflect on how you felt the group discussion went. It then takes 5 days before you will receive the news of whether you've been successful or unsuccessful. And then obviously we would let you know about an offer if we were able to give you one. Great. so I've possibly covered some of this already. So within our virtual launchpad, like I said, it was 3 hours, so you would be allocated the morning or afternoon session, and we'll be assessing a variety of competencies during this assessment centre. We will balance the scorecard. So say there was a couple of questions that maybe you didn't perform as well in. If you got high scores for the others, we will try our best to balance it out. So that group discussion, like I say, you're with 3 or 4 other people, and it's a task or case study where you'll prepare in advance before discussing as a group which idea you will take forward. And then following that, you would have the individual reflection with a different assessor. So you will answer some questions around the case study. And then finally, you'll have your one-to-one interview, which is about 45 minutes long. So you'll answer some questions about the area you have applied to. So next slide, please. Thank you. So the types of interview questions that you could be asked. So there's 2 main different types of interview questions. So you should be prepared to answer these different types of questions when going to interviews. So you've probably heard about this before. So you have competency-based questions and strength-based questions. So the competency-based questions are looking for evidence of your personal capabilities. So they're designed to assess whether you have the skills and qualities required to do the job. So an example of this would be, please tell me about a time when you've had to work hard to stay motivated. So you could give an explanation that focuses on your involvement. Think of the STAR approach. So you may have heard about this before when applying for jobs. So it's things like situation, task, action, results, and try and be as thorough as you can in your answer. And then moving on to the strengths-based questions. So these are not necessarily about qualifications or technical skills, but they're more about your personal qualities. So maybe your initiative and your ambition. So an example of a strength-based question could be, how would your close friends describe you, or what energizes you? So for this, you could maybe discuss what you think your own strengths are and how these could value or benefit KPMG. So give some examples, and then obviously think about what motivates you. And then we'll move on to the next slide, please. So this is the last one I'm going to cover. So it's about top tips when applying with us. So there we have tip 1. So we recruit on a rolling basis, and certain routes do fill faster than others. So the KPMG law in particular is very popular. So we'd encourage you to apply as early as possible. What you can do is set up an alert on our careers website by signing up to the talent community. So certain programs won't have opened yet, say like that discovery work experience that Chloe mentioned, which is going to happen probably in the autumn. You can set up an alert. So you would just put your email address in, say that you're interested in the discovery work experience, and it will notify you as soon as we're open for applications, so you can get that in nice and early. And then secondly, you need to give sufficient time and attention to ensure the information in your online application is accurate, as we'll use this information to decide whether to take your application further. So make sure those predicted grades are accurate. And then thirdly, so please be your authentic self. And number 4, we'll assess you against the strengths that we know are a key to a successful career at KPMG. So we recommend that you spend time learning about the strengths. So it's those things I covered before, like career motivation, leverage technology, being a credible connector, etc. And consider how they align to your strengths before submitting your application. And finally, make sure you research our business thoroughly and think of reasons as to why you want to apply and hopefully be successful at KPMG. That's great, thank you, Hannah.
Great, thank you so much, Chloe and Becky. So now, guys, we are going to kind of brief you on your task for this morning. So obviously, as Becky mentioned, within a lot of assessment centres, there will usually be kind of a group discussion or kind of group element as part of that, where you will need to work on a team. So we're really hoping that this task that we're kind of giving you this morning will give you a bit of an insight of potentially what you could expect from coming to an assessment centre. Just to let you know, this isn't what you would be doing if you came to an assessment centre with us, but like I said, it's kind of very similar in the structure and in terms of kind of that kind of expectation in the way we would kind of be looking for you to work together. So the business pitch challenge that we are proposing to you this morning is that the year is 2022 and our panel of business moguls are looking to invest some of their hard-earned money into a local restaurant and have asked for your expertise to help them make this decision. So there are 3 restaurants that are currently being considered. We've got Edmund's Brasserie, Claire's Bistro and The Gondola. So your challenge is to create and deliver a 3-minute pitch for one of the above restaurants. To help you reach your decision, we have provided you with an information pack, which hopefully you did all receive before today, but don't worry at all if not, we are going to give you some time to read through this again. But if you have got that, great, please do get that up and ready for this part of the session. So throughout this task, we really want you to take on the role of the various different services at KPMG. So some of you might be auditors, maybe looking at more the kind of financials. We might have some business consultants in there, and lots more as well. So do think about kind of those different services that we spoke about earlier. Things you should try to think about are obviously the finances are quite key, but also the people and the organisational effectiveness and anything else beyond that as well. So please do feel free to kind of think outside the box in terms of the information that we've given you as well. As it says, you should try to use the information that we've given you and supplementary information as well. But in terms of your kind of pitch that you deliver, please do kind of put your own ideas into that as well. We will kind of be looking for you to explain to us, as we will be acting as investors, why we should purchase that certain restaurant and the benefits of why we should do that over the others that we've given you as well. So top tips then, just to try to remember to try and be kind of engaging with your pitch. So you'll have kind of around 30 minutes to kind of discuss the 3 different restaurants and to also kind of put a bit of a pitch together. Within the breakout rooms, you're obviously going to be in quite big groups. There's no way each and every one of you are going to get the opportunity to speak. So we really would advise you maybe picking 3 or 4 members of your group that are quite happy to deliver this. As we said, you've got 3 minutes to actually deliver the presentation, and there will be some time for questions after that as well. So you may get some questions from the investors. So obviously you're going to be recommending that we spend quite a substantial amount of money. So like I said, be prepared for some questions. Do plan your time carefully as well. So like I said, you've got 30 minutes in total, but think about how much time you need to go through your different ideas and also prepare your presentation. Try to put yourselves in the shoes of an investor. So if you were an investor, what kind of things would you want to know, and what kind of things may you think would worry you or would be challenging? Keep in mind that you can also recommend changes. So if some of the restaurants might not be performing as well, what could they do with maybe some of the advice that you could give them, and how could that change their future? And also, this is a team activity. However, we will be looking for a winner as well. So there will be kind of a winner announced once you've all kind of had the chance to present. So in terms of kind of some of the skills and strengths that we're really trying to draw out or identify in this certain task, they include kind of collaboration and inclusion, presenting, having like the ability to make an impact, resilience, awareness of different business opportunities, delivering quality, and also demonstrating innovation and creativity. So as we've previously mentioned as well, tech is obviously very much kind of changing the way businesses work. So also think about how you think tech could maybe enhance some of how these restaurants are performing as well. So in terms of preparing your pitch then, these are just, again, a few kind of top tips, I suppose, for kind of preparing your presentation. So you just really need to think about how you're going to open your presentation. Are you going to introduce yourselves at the beginning, things like that? So making sure it's really clear and delivered really well. And what kind of message are you really wanting to kind of get across? And like it's kind of outlined on here, we would really expect to see an introduction, a main section with all the points on there, and then the conclusion as well. So you might spend some time introducing yourselves. The main section will then be stating what you believe is the best investment and why. And also just backing that up, and then in conclusion, just recapping on those main points. And like I said, there may also be some questions at the end there as well. So I'm going to just hand over to Max quickly. As like I said, we will be going out into breakout rooms. We will be joined by some of the Pathway team as well. So me, kind of myself, Chloe and Becky will be in the groups, but we'll also have some people from Pathway as well helping out.
Handing over, fantastic. So like we said, we're going to go out into the breakout rooms. Don't worry, we'll have that information that's just been gone through as well. But what's important is that you meet part of the Pathway CTM team that's going to be helping you out in the breakout rooms today. You've already met me, you know who I am, so I'm not going to introduce myself again. But what I will say is that use this breakout room to tie in all of the things that we've spoken about this morning and actually have a go. Just get into it and go and do these things, because this is the testing ground to get your confidence and to make those mistakes, and we will support you to make sure that you are ready for when you do your applications. So let's meet the first person, and that is going to be Chris. So Chris, you want to give us a little introduction of yourself, please?
Yeah, hi everyone, Chris McNamara from Pathway CTM, of course. So yeah, in my room, guys, my top tips are just try and engage in some way, whether that's through the chat box or indeed speaking out loud. Not all of you are going to speak out loud like Hannah just said, but do get involved in the chat box and try and contribute something, because the way that the modern world is going, you might get assessed probably online whenever you go for KPMG or other brands. So yeah, and use this to your advantage and practice. So looking forward to my room, and we'll probably end up winning because it's my room and we're going to be the best, I hope.
I did forget to mention that there is going to be a winner announced after lunchtime, as Hannah said, and I forgot to mention that at Pathway CTM, we like a bit of competition. So it is room against room, and mine and Hannah's room is obviously going to win. Chris, you're going to be second. But Catherine, I know you don't mind not winning. Introduce yourself, please. Who are you? What do you do?
Hi everyone, I'm Catherine. I work in the education team at Pathway, and yeah, as Chris said, you know, have a go. This is a safe environment, so challenge yourself today. If you don't always speak out loud, then maybe today's the day to do it and to give it a try. And yeah, look forward to winning this task.
Absolutely. Sorry to disappoint you, Catherine. And then the last person we're going to meet is Aisha.
Hi guys, I'm Aisha. I'm the events executive here at Pathway. You know, I think I'm much the scruffy underdog my room would be, but I definitely think we have this in the bag. And yeah, I would just say, you know, no idea is silly, so put your ideas out there and just make sure you're speaking with confidence and putting your best foot forward.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Right, and I believe that Rosie in the background would have been assigning us all to our breakout rooms. Rosie's doing the important job. So Rosie, let us know when we're ready to go into the rooms.
Yep, we're all ready to go. So I'll go ahead and put you guys into your rooms. You'll have 40 minutes in these rooms. I'll give you guys a few reminders throughout to let you know kind of how the time is going. And then we'll get back to hear your presentation. So see you all back here in about 40 minutes. Bye.
Pathway team, don't forget to
assessment
record
centers like this. Always there's someone in charge of the time, because it always helps, right? And you actually get marked on this type of stuff. So hey guys, it's 11 a.m. now. We've got 40 minutes, so let's get cracking. That type of stuff gives you points, and it's a really easy thing to say at the beginning of any assessment center. So business pitch challenge then. We've just read this out. So we've got to pick one of the three of these restaurants to pick. One of the three to pick to pitch to the investors, and we need to deliver a 3-minute presentation in the group setting. So we need to be thinking about all these types of things. Guys, absolute legends for all reading it through. So I'll just go top line again, just to give us that time. So just if you have read it through, try and think about your notes and what you want to present to this task at the moment. Looking at the top tips, think about your position on this and how you can really put yourself forward. Preparing your presentation, again, we need to be thinking about that, don't we? And just to really quickly go through it. So we've got Edmund's Brasserie, information there. Key things of me as a business owner, I'm looking at that, thinking what profit, loss, you know, what will I want to be investing in? We've got to go reasons to buy, problems and potential opportunities for each one. We've got Claire's Bistro, same thing. You see a bit of red there. Reasons to buy, problems, potential opportunities. And then we go on to the gondola, probably the best name, but maybe that's not a good reason to invest. And then we go through the same thing. And then supplementary information. Hopefully you guys are bringing through that, and then you can add a bit of that into the mix. Cool, guys. Who wants to kick us off? Yeah, go for it, Ryan. Just speak out loud, mate. I don't need to unmute you. Go for it,
Ryan. Can we go for the first or third one? Because I've seen the second one. I don't like the total net thing at the end. It's negative. It's bad.
Okay, cheers, Ryan. So we're looking at number 2. I noticed that as well. This one here you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. So Ryan wants number 1 or number 3. By the way, Ryan, have you done an assessment centre before?
No.
No, exactly. So if you were doing this online or in physical, straight away, if I was the HR person marking you, like, big points for you for kicking us off. So like, it takes quite a lot of confidence to do that. So well done for getting the conversation going. All right. Who wants to be next? Who agrees or disagrees, or just put across your point, you know, whatever you think.
I would argue we shouldn't go for the first restaurant because it holds so few people. It doesn't have that much room for growth.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Guys, by the way, what I'll do, I'll end up shutting up because so you can speak a bit more. And all you've got to do when you just start speaking, just say who you are and what point you're going to make. So that was Jess, not the first restaurant. Okay.
I feel like we shouldn't do this second restaurant due to the fact the capacity of only 16 customers at a time.
And what was your name?
Ariane.
Cool, well done.
Does that mean we agree on the third restaurant?
Good point, Jess.
I'd agree with the third restaurant.
I don't know if we should do the third restaurant because it has such a negative reputation. And on the last slide of the presentation, I think there was a really bad review on it.
I suppose reviews can be changed though. You can eventually change the appearance of your place. It might take a little longer though.
I think unless we do like a total rebrand of the restaurant, I don't know if the negative press coverage can be like cancelled out.
I feel like even with the negative press coverage, they still have the highest profit of about 100k, whereas the others are about around 60. So I still think it's profitable and still like has the best growth.
Yeah, and there's always the hotel next to it. So even if it does have a slightly worse like reviews, it will still get customers because people from the hotel will go to the easiest place.
But would they return back there after going once?
They would return back because they give like a 10% discount.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was reading through and it said that the technology is leading to like a negative growth in the like gondolier. So I think if we improve the technology, especially with the changing world, and like that could lead to like higher profit and revenue for the restaurant.
Plus, hotel customers eat breakfast in the restaurant, so there'll be customer retention. It's like a good thing.
Yeah, and they offer breakfast, lunch, and evening meals, whereas the other two only offered lunch and sort of tea.
But it also says that the Sleep Easy Hotel are looking to sell off the gondolier. So it says any relationship would need to be renegotiated by the new owners. So maybe there can't be a 10% discount.
And I've got Selena just put in the chat box. The third restaurant has received revenue decline over recent years, and they pay an annual fee to the hotel. So I think the restaurant one is the better option. Well, this is tough, isn't it? Guys, can I make one suggestion? Because we haven't got anyone in KPMG giving you like instant feedback, but so you would never normally be in an assessment center where there's like, what we got, 30 people. They would normally do six to 8 people, sometimes 12 maximum. Normally you'd have your cameras on, which we don't have to do today. You'd have your cameras on and you get to know people and it'd be way easier. And for the sake of this, just maybe practice whenever you do speak, saying like who it is again, so people can get used to maybe your name. And then whenever you say a point, you could always be like, actually, Jess, I disagreed with what you said there, for example, and you can make notes yourself and be like, actually, Nathan, could you tell me about that point you made again? Just like maybe that is relevant now. It just kind of just helps your communication go from this level to that level, even though you won't maybe have to do it in the real world because there'll be less of you. But for this, it's probably a good idea to help each other out on that. Otherwise, we have no idea who's speaking, you know. I've got one more point. Dia in the chat box, despite being right by the hotel, the gondola on average never reaches full capacity and has quite low gross profit margin. That sounds like a good thing to say to investors.
It's Jess speaking. Could the relationship with the hotel be giving the gondola a bad name? Could the fact that if we were to buy it and alleviate it from the hotel, it could be more easily improved?
It's Madha speaking. The other two restaurant has too many negative things. The gondola one is the best one, I think.
This is Ariane, but on the gondolier, there's only 500,000 in business profit for weekly, but in the Edmonds Barassa, there's more, 650,000.
Guys, I'm going to add one more coaching point in. So now, like, you've by the way, you're all doing amazing at this. And those that can't speak, obviously, chat box is fine. Now I want you to add another layer onto it. So they mentioned inclusivity, being inclusive and collaboration. What's something you can do at the end of your statement to improve on inclusivity? Can someone, I'm just giving you like a quiz question here. Who can help that? So you say something, what can you say at the end of it to help inclusivity and collaboration?
You could say, do we all agree?
Yeah, good. Someone else, are we going to say something?
Yeah, Lakshmi speaking. I was going to say the same thing, whether anyone agrees or disagrees or has anything to reply.
Yeah, really good point. Because it might be... Go on, Nathan.
So it's Nathan. I'll just maybe suggest doing a vote, maybe in like a few minutes, to see what the majority view is.
Yeah, great point. Great point. Well done, guys. Yeah, really good point. So that can help. Instead of just throwing a statement out there, you always want to be like, okay, so this is what I think. I don't know what you guys think, or do you guys actually think something else? You know, it just helps that conversation. Or even better, by the way, if you're on a group activity like this in the future, you can actually use people's names a bit like, okay, so I actually think this, Nathan, versus what you were saying, but it might be a bit hard because there's like 20 of you. But in future, that's the type of stuff you can do. I'll shut up. Sorry, guys. Good point, Nathan. Sorry, guys, I ruined your flow. Nathan, what did you just say then? Because I guess we do. There's an outcome of this, isn't there?
I was just saying that we're just throwing around points. Maybe I think maybe using a raising hand function.
I think your Wi-Fi is struggling a bit, mate. We keep breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. I was just suggesting maybe having a vote. Maybe some people have ideas they haven't said. If they don't want to say that, they could possibly use the raise in the hand function on the app to vote for what the majority thinks is the best to invest in.
Nathan, I think that's a good point. We should all have a vote.
But I feel like going back to Gauntlet, the reason for the revenue decline is because of the old technology and the bad relationship with hotels. If we improve that, maybe it'll be better.
I agree with you there, but shall we, before we continue, so we've got a specific one to focus on in the presentation that we still need to make, and we're running short on time. Should we do a vote now?
Yeah, let's do a vote now.
Should I say all in favor of the, I suppose, Edmund's brasserie? Can we raise our hands now, and can someone count that?
I'll count that. In chat box, just.
You raise your hand.
Some people might not know how to raise their hand. Maybe whack it in the chat box, guys. Yeah, good point.
Wait, how do you raise your hand though?
Exactly. Ryan, you're raising your hand. Tell the guys how to do it, maybe.
Maybe just put yes in the chat.
Put yes in the chat.
There's a tab that says reactions at the bottom. So if you just hover over that,
okay.
All right, I'll count it.
Good luck.
Four people chose restaurant number 1.
Okay.
I'll make a note of that.
Nice, guys. I'll move us on. We are so organized. I love this group.
Raise your hands for restaurant number 2. Only 2 people for restaurant number 2.
I think we know where this is going, don't we?
Three people.
Are we raising our hands for restaurant number 3?
No, number 2 now.
Okay.
It shows only 2 people want to go for restaurant number 2.
Yeah. Perfect. Should we vote on restaurant 3 then?
Yeah.
Right.
I think we've got our winner, haven't we?
Yep, there's 11 people.
Perfect. So we'll write a pitch for the gondola then, if that's okay with everyone.
There's now 9.
They definitely win. And in terms of timekeeping, I'm just going to do a practice here because I get head office telling me how long's left. So we started at 11:12. We had the half an hour left. So 11:32 is when we'll be kicked out of the room, by the way. So again, I would have got points for that. But then you guys don't even know the information. But just give you an example. So yeah, we've got about 12 minutes.
So what are our pros for investing in the gondolier then?
60 customers at any one time, so there's high capacity.
Yeah, I'm writing this down for us.
Who's chairing that? Who's saying that? Jess.
Manha.
And Manhattan, brilliant.
There's also a 10% discount given. Manhattan again. I think that will bring customer retention.
Another pro would be its location. Since it's next to a hotel, it means it probably has a lot of customers coming in from the hotel.
Their advantage could be that it's open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, whilst the others aren't.
Nice. So these are all the reasons to buy coming in, aren't they? Well done.
There's more profit. They're making profit in a year than any other restaurant. They're making the most profit.
How could you go into more detail if I was an investor on what comment you just made there?
The net profit's very high before tax, and the total profit for the year is a bit lower, but still really good.
Good. Yeah, net versus gross. There's the difference there. It's good.
Also, gross profit is quite high.
Yeah, I agree on that point. Gross profit's quite high than the rest of the restaurant.
I agree, but it's actually lower compared to the other restaurants. I feel like you'd have to bring it up to the investors and how they could like fix that. How could they increase the profit margin?
Right, great point. I'll write that in a cons list.
So Edmund's
You could write like another list where we talk about how to improve it, so counteract any of our cons, so then there's no scope for them to ask us anything bad, really.
That's a good point, Alf. I've got one called improvements as well now then.
It also says the gondolier has a bar which is open for the residents for the hotel and others.
Plus, the hotel customers are able to eat breakfast at the restaurant because it pays an annual fee. That can bring more customer retention.
This is Ritika. As just like an improvement, it says that the restaurant does not have a scope for expansion because of its location. So we're going to have to find other ways, such as advertisement about the restaurant, to increase like the profit.
We could always say that because it hasn't been refurbished since 2007, that if we give a refurbishment to the area, then it'll be quicker service and then we'll have more people coming into the restaurant. That will help increase our margins.
Is Madha speaking? The expenses for these restaurants are quite high for gondolier. So we'll have to think about that too, because it can affect the net profit.
In chat, Amina says all kitchen equipment is still in good working order, so that wouldn't need to be replaced immediately. There's also another problem in chat. It says problem, it gets the most customers due to the hotel name. Branding is not really popular on its own.
Thanks for that. Sorry, I wasn't looking at that. Yeah, we've got that. A new owner can help rebrand the restaurant to combat the negative press coverage. Really, really good point. Like in terms of it's not just numbers, it's people, isn't it? Of course, investors look at as well. Investment can be used to rebrand their image. Although it is open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the gondola only offers one sitting for each of these. Is that a potential opportunity then, for example? With investment into the restaurant, they can upgrade their technology, which will allow them to improve the quality of the service on offer to customers and will also allow them to promote themselves digitally. And finally, oh God, you guys keep going. Introducing new technology can help. Yeah, so you guys are on the right lines there.
Hello, this is An. Okay, sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. Would you like to go?
No, go on, I'll see.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking as a positive that the music and the ambience was seen as a traditional Italian thing, which is helping the restaurant be known, especially for its like Italian food and its atmosphere. And also like the modern style was seen as a positive in the review. So we can uphold that in our like future thoughts and developments.
We can also, Madha speaking, we can also make an Italian team in the building, if you get what I mean.
This is Ariane. There's a problem that it says the gondolier has seen revenue decline over the recent years and has received some negative press coverage.
But if we bring in a new owner and upgrade the technology, maybe the revenue can increase.
Good point.
Yeah, in relation to that point, what I just wanted to say is, as part of the rebranding process, you can go and try to hire like a new maybe chef, where he was basically tries to cook like more like food of a higher quality, because that was the point mentioned in the review, that they didn't like the food and it wasn't like authentic enough. It wasn't really like up to the Italian standards. So we could go for a chef and then coupled with the rebranding, that would hopefully attract more customers.
We could. You could go on, speak.
No, you can speak. You can speak.
We could also bring more. I forgot the name, but the people that serve the food. We can get some more people that serve the food, so the food don't get cold with less people.
Yeah, this is just the only problem with hiring more staff, more waitresses, is then you'll increase your expenses of the business. Similarly, we said about perhaps doing more meals per day. I actually work in the pub down the road from where I live, and the more covers we do in a service, the less of the standard of service is, because you've got much more rushing to get people off tables. So I don't think increasing how many services per sort of lunch would improve the quality of the restaurant.
Manha speaking, I think we should change suppliers and bring high quality ingredients that will bring customer back if the quality of food is good.
Guys, you guys are doing so well. So by the way, 42 is when we're going to get kicked out of the room. I got it wrong. So 42 minutes past. Selena made a good point. Compared to the first one, which makes similar initial revenue, the gondola pays lower salaries, so it could result in its employees leaving for better salaries. Edmonds Brasserie pays way more money. We don't want to be losing our business there. So again, we need to be thinking about that, don't we, for our potential investors? And by the way, I've been through it myself. Investors go so deep into detail, so you've got to be prepared for these guys and girls.
Hi, it's Jess. Would it be useful for me to go through the lists I've got so far, see if there's anything we need to add, anything that we need to take off?
Yeah, I think it would be great.
Okay, so in the pros list, I've got a high capacity, the greatest revenue. There is the discount. Its location next to the hotel is good. It's open 3 meals a day. Total profit for the year is highest. Profit margin is high, not necessarily the highest. It's got a bar. There's good kitchen improvement and good music. The cons, I've got, it's got a lower net than some others. Expenses are quite high. It gets most of the customers, because of the the hotel has bad technology and the revenue is declining. Improvements, I said it does not, it doesn't have much scope at the moment, so we need to improve advertising. We could refurbish, we could rebrand, open for more sittings perhaps. We could introduce new technology, hire a new chef, and change suppliers.
Hey, I would just like to add there for a pro, in the customer analysis, out all the 3 restaurants, it has the highest customer analysis with 17, 30, 33, and 49 and 25. That displays that it's getting loads of customers per sitting. Manha speaking.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Are there any more points we have to add? I don't think so.
I think we've got everything we need.
So should we start?
Yeah. Should we choose who's going to do our pitch then?
I have another point to make.
Go on.
So the business that the gondolier receives is highly dependent on the Sleep Easy Hotel and the current negotiations that they have with them, such as a 10% discount. Seeing as the Sleep Easy shareholders are the ones selling the gondolier hotel, then new terms would need to be negotiated. So this needs to be we need to bear this in mind as well regarding investment.
Hey, I have another point to add. The cost of sales in the income statement is very high for the gondolier is 275,000.
This is also dependent on how much business that the hotel receives. So they would receive more business during holiday times, and maybe during the normal year, they might not receive as much business.
I feel like if the Gondle Hotel does like special events or something, it would increase sales, like Christmas, Easter, Eid events and all that, and special discounts and special menus as well, like that.
Yeah, so that would be something that we would have to invest in as well.
All right, guys, 42 minutes. We'll be kicked out of the room. What do we need to try and wrap up here?
I would just also like to add the tax that the Gondle Hotel has to pay is quite high too, and the expenses are very high too. That may add to the reason why the net profit is high.
I feel like we've got our main points. I feel like now we should assign like who's going to speak in the.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Shall we have a person for pros, a person for cons, and then a person to talk about the improvements we suggested?
Is it possible that you could share your screen?
I've got the list on a different screen. Yeah,
Could you possibly
I'm
like
not sure how I
send
do
the
it.
list in the chat?
Yeah, I could do. You'll have to give me a minute to type it out.
All right, thank you.
I think if we're pitching this to investors, maybe we shouldn't list the cons, but maybe the ways that we would counteract these problems instead.
Yeah, and find solutions to them.
Yeah, rather than listing out the negatives, it would be more useful to say how we would improve and rebrand and combat these negatives.
And I think we should try to emphasize on the pros, so it could persuade the investors to invest.
10 minutes left, guys.
So who's going to do the pros and the cons?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry guys, I was struggling with my microphone, but I think one of the opportunities that we can also take forward is that the fact that we can maybe tell them that with the investment, we can be able to open new stores, because we don't really have much capacity in the restaurant. What do you guys think about that?
That's true as well.
Yeah, but I feel like we should focus on improving the current store because there are faults with it. There is a negative reputation about it. So I feel like we should use that investment to help first fix that. And then with that profit that we make from this store, then open new stores, and we could give that as a proposal to the investors.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You should all see the pros now. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I can see it.
Perfect.
This is the hardest bit, guys.
Who's going to present?
Just split it out between each other.
I think so. I think half of the people should do the pros and half should do the cons, so everyone gets to speak. That's more fair.
I don't think 15 people can talk about pros and 15 can talk about cons.
I think now I think about it. That's
yeah.
They said
It's
choose
probably
4
best
people.
if we split it between like 2 to 3.
Yeah, I think that's the best.
So like, who is willing to actually do it, who feels comfortable to do it?
I think the person that made the note is very confident. I don't know your name, I apologize.
Thank you, I'm Jess.
I think you're best to do it.
I'm very happy to speak. I have a bit of a cold, so we're going a bit croaky, but I'm very happy to.
I don't mind speaking on the income statement part.
That's a good idea because I'm not so good with the numbers.
I'm quite good with it. I don't mind speaking with it on it.
So are you going to start with pros then, are you?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Okay, so I'm going to try and help you out here, guys. I want us to be the best. So we've got pros, we've got Jess who's going to lead, and who's going to do the numbers for pros?
Manha.
Jess, does that sound good for you?
Yeah, that sounds fine for me.
So Jess, sort of to kick us, Jess, why don't you do a little bit of like how we approached it? Because we've got 3 minutes, haven't we?
Yes.
So we sort of approached it like this, and we're going to take you through the pros, then you're going to go cons, then the opportunities.
Yeah, okay. So do I need a bit of an opening statement then?
I reckon. What do you guys think?
Yes, an opening statement would really help for our team to do good.
Guys, like, have you ever watched Dragon's Den?
Yes.
Yes.
It's like that little bit at the beginning, isn't it? Pleased to be here. We understand the situation. You're investors looking at this is the work we've been doing in our team of 30. Do you know what I mean? Have a bit of fun with it.
Would someone else like to do the introduction part?
That's a very good idea.
I wouldn't mind doing it. My name's Aisha, sorry.
Aisha, so Aisha can do the introduction part.
Who's doing the cons?
I apologize. What are the pros for the numbers again? Because I'm looking at the income statement. There's loads of cons.
I think one of them is that the turnover, the total profit for the is very high, even is higher than all the other companies. even though the expenses is quite high, they still manage to make more profit than the rest of the restaurants that we've seen so far.
You could also add how the average number of customers per sitting, we have the highest of over 150, whereas the others, they don't even touch 100. So you could also add that.
Ryan says 7 minutes left, maybe 6 now.
Do you want me to do the improvements?
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, I will do the improvements.
Okay, so I've put all of the pros, cons, and improvements in the chat now. So who said they were going to do the introduction?
Aisha.
Aisha, sorry. Just to be specific, I need to say that I'm talking for our group, and we're going to be presenting Gondola, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And is there anything else that is needed?
Those presenting, you might want to take a picture of the chat because you won't be able to see it when we join back.
Yeah.
Oh, good idea.
To be fair, guys, to be fair, I'll bring it up for you. I'll bring it up when you're talking through. What do you want me to have it on here to start with?
That would be brilliant. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll just go bang for the intro, and then bang, and then when you start talking about numbers, I'll go there. Okay.
Quick question: would we need to show our faces for the presentation?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay, that's fine. I'm in my bed.
Don't show your face then.
Okay, to sum it up, Aisha's doing the introduction, Jess is doing the pros. Am I going to do all of the income statement for the pros and cons?
You might as well do because you obviously have the most information.
Who is going to do the cons?
I don't think we
a
should have
section for
someone.
cons because you wouldn't want to show the negatives unless
Obviously,
they are.
but let's say the cons for the improvements. Who's going to give all the improvements?
Me, I'll give out the improvements.
Can I please have your name?
Ariane.
Ariane, so that's fine, sorted.
So yeah, if I do the pros, Ariane, you're going to do the improvements. We've got, is it Manhab doing the numbers?
Numbers, yes.
And
yeah.
Amina's just said, I think show the negatives and then how to improve them. Ryan says 4 minutes left.
So who is doing improvements? That could be your job to do.
I'm doing improvements.
Perfect. So if you go through the cons list and put an improvement with each of the cons that you say.
Yeah.
And copy and paste the notes that Jess has put in just in case they go. If you can't read them in the chat box, they might stay. So your approach is you're not going to go with the cons, you're going to go more around improvements. Is that open and honest, I wonder?
I think that is open and honest. Because we're finding...
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to speak?
No, you keep going.
I was saying we're finding solutions that the investors don't have to think about, and it's literally right in front of the investors of how we can fix the business and improve it.
I understand, but I think some investors, if you try to give them solutions first and give them the problems, they might think that you've been deceiving. So I think even though it's really hard to give like problems about a business, I think you should be truly honest, and as soon as you state the problem, straight away go into the
solution. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
That's what Amina said that in the chat box. I think that sounds good, Aisha.
Yeah, so make sure that we present the cons with their improvements, so we can appear honest, but so our business looks good to be invested in.
Yeah, you're completely right.
I still think don't be very explicit. You can talk about the cons, but do try to cover it up because showing the negatives, it does put off investors, I think. They'll be like, why are you telling us?
I think by suggesting that there are improvements, you're addressing that there are issues that need to be solved. So I don't think we need to like blatantly say that there are cons, but rather we are already addressing them by suggesting improvements.
Yeah,
why don't we give more improvements than cons? So like a couple of cons and mostly improvements.
I think we can briefly mention the cons and then just go on to improvements and maybe leave it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Unless they ask us more questions about more problems, I think we'll be fine. But if they ask us, we just need to be completely honest and tell them, because at the end of the day, all the business have problems. There's no perfect business.
Guys, there's a point saying here, if they get asked any questions, who's going to answer them on behalf of our group?
Should anyone just unmute and pitch in, or would that be unprofessional, would you say?
That'll be unprofessional.
I can answer the questions and do the conclusion if you want.
Andrew?
That's brilliant. Yeah.
I don't think there will be, but it's good to be planned.
Okay, sorry. Shall we also have someone else in case someone's struggling to answer the question? It's a bit difficult. Shall we also have someone else that can jump in?
37.
I'm trying.
I can also answer questions as well.
Yeah.
Who's
Perfect.
There's
So,
two
Like
people and Navia.
guys, the room is gonna close soon.
Yeah, the
perfect.
room's gonna
So I think
close,
we're all
so I-
sorted then.
Yep.
Sounds like someone's
Brilliant.
getting excited in the background there as well.
Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, good luck, guys. Hey, really well done. I think we'll get kicked out soon.
Yeah, I think it would be good to know how many people have had the chance to read the brief beforehand, just because you guys don't want to take too long to pick which restaurant you're going to do, because obviously this is quite a time pressured task. So do you want to put in the chat maybe to say if you have read it or not?
Great, thanks, Daniel. Cool. So we've had quite a few that have read through it, or you've got it up and you're reading through it at the moment. Okay, so well, we heard Hannah did go through it, and if you've got it up, maybe if you want to, if it's easier for you to just kind of read through it, rather than listening to my voice. So that's the what we've got to do there. Top line is we've got to pick a restaurant that we advise, and we've got to back our reasons as to why we have chosen this restaurant. So remember what Hannah said, you could give advice on the restaurant as well. Maybe there's something which they're not quite delivering well in, and you've got ideas around that. So any ideas are welcome here. There's no right or wrong, it's how you work together as a team. And I guess, Becky, before we do get started, what are you looking for at the start of a task like this?
So they've advised spend sort of 10 minutes going over this handout and picking which restaurant, and then 30 minutes to work on the actual task. You don't need to prepare a PowerPoint or any slides. It's just going to be verbal. And like Hannah said, maybe 3 or 4 of you can present. We obviously want to know your reasons why you've picked the restaurant. Don't just go for a random one. It's going to be about things like profit. Are they making ends meet? Sort of the impact, how many customers they're getting, and why you believe in that particular business. And obviously, when you are making a point, like in any sort of situation, don't hedge around the point. Try and get to it in a clear and concise manner, that sort of thing. And reference, maybe there's a sheet within this document about profits and numbers and things, etc.
That's great. Thanks, Becky. So we're going to take about 10 minutes or so just to recap the task and what it is we have to do before we get into the nitty gritty of our beliefs as to what restaurant we should pick. So I'm just going to leave the slide up here just for you to read in your own time and to look through. But bearing in mind, for this whole session, we've got to keep on time. So, think about, aside from the actual task and what we're going to be pitching, think about your role in this as well. Are you the timekeeper? Perhaps you might not want to present, but maybe you could be the note taker, for example, because we've got to work together. There are quite a few of us, so we can't all speak. But do get involved on the chat box. I'm just going to be quiet for a few minutes. And if you've got any questions, guys, do let us know. And remember what Becky had mentioned around, things to think about, why, the reasons as to why we're picking this restaurant. Profit, are they making ends meet? Why should it be a good investment? And guys, if you want to let me know when you've looked at this and when you're ready to move on to the next slide, just to skim over the top tips before we go to each restaurant. Cool, so I'm going to just skim over to the top tips, and Becky's putting some good points in the chat box there, so we can come to that once we've all had a look through the task. How are we getting on, guys? Are we ready to digest the restaurants and have a look through and get going? Or do you need more time to look back on the task? Okay, right, I think we are all set and ready, which is great. So a few points which Becky made. So think about the pros and cons for each restaurant. So if you're the note taker, maybe you can write those down. Are there any risks? Do they have good or bad reputations? So it's not always about who has the highest profit. So some key things in there to look through. And Becky, I'm just going to come to you before we get going. As an assessor, you know, are you always impressed with the first person that speaks in an assessment centre task like this, or what do you look for at the start?
So if I think to group discussion tasks, I sometimes think the group discussion is actually harder than the one-to-one interview because you have no idea the other people you're going to be put with. And sometimes I think I'm guilty of this. When I'm nervous, I talk too much, but then obviously you are dominating the conversation and other people might not have, you know, a chance to speak. So it's good to try and, you know, take a step back and let other people have their input. And likewise, if you think, oh, I don't want to repeat what someone else has already said, don't worry about that. You can think about expanding on their point or saying why you agree with it or why you disagree. Obviously, realistically, we don't always agree with each other. And it's good to hear those different perspectives and opinions. So just try to, you know, make sure there's a balance between everyone speaking. And obviously just standard things like don't speak over each other, don't interrupt each other. I'm sure you all know that sort of thing anyway.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Becky. And for those of you that do want to speak, there is actually, you can do little, I think, raise your hand or put a thumb up. So, you know, think out the box of how we can control the conversation virtually. So let's go through the information, but over to you guys to take it away. You know, Becky and I, we're a fly on the wall here. We're, you know, imagine that we're not here, and let's go for it. Tiana is ready to start, which is great. So restaurant number 1.
Does anyone want to come off mute and maybe go first? Don't be shy.
Who's going to be the first to break the ice?
Hi.
Oh, great. Who was that?
I'm Robert.
Hi, Robert. Awesome.
Well, I had a look at the Edmonds Brasseries financial statement, and I compared it to the other ones. So they have a 15% of their revenue is actually their profit. So they do their turnover isn't for profit isn't exactly as big as it should look if you compare it to how much they're actually making in revenue. When the last one, I've forgotten its name, has a 25.6% of their revenue is actual profit. And then obviously the Claire's Bistro is not doing so well on the profit front because they're in negative like turnover for profit.
Yeah, those are all really great points. So does anyone have anything to say in response to Robert?
I think kind of in terms of potential for most of the restaurants, I think Edmonds, I think as Robert was saying, it's not doing as well as it probably could be. So maybe it does have the potential if a couple of changes were made. Kind of off the top of my head, maybe looking at doing set menus instead of just kind of an open menu could be quite a good idea, because with a good head chef, that could be quite popular.
Perfect. Thank you, Ben. Tiana, you've raised your hand there.
Yeah, I was looking at Claire's Bistro, and although it's got a negative total net profit, they have the highest gross profit margin as well. So I think like there's a lot of potential for it.
Perfect. Thanks, Tiana. Great. Lots of hands flying up now. And let's come to you, Amy.
I think because Claire's Bistro only holds 16 people, I think that would be a good selling point to the investors, because then they can have room to expand.
Thanks, Amy. Right, this is lots of hands are going up. So I don't miss anyone, if you want to just open the floor, let's go with Ollie then.
I guess also with Claire's Bistro, there's room to expand because it says in the property section that the adjacent sort of shops are up for sale for £200,000, I think. So you could convert that into extra dining space if you wanted.
Great point there, Ollie. Anyone got any further points to make from Ollie's point there? Claire's Bistro's come up quite a few times.
You want to go, Theo?
Hi. I want to say that for Claire's Bistro, she is not like confident enough in like managing the business if it grows. So that can be like a added risk, because like an entrepreneur should be like determined and confident. But it says in this bullet point that she has some concerns about managing the business if it grows, and she doubts her abilities. So that's kind of like a risk.
Thanks, Eman. Theo, have you spoken?
Oh yeah, no. I was thinking Claire's Bistro definitely seems the riskiest, but I think it also has greatest potential for growth in the long run. The other two have kind of established reputations already, and they have quite large profit margins. So I think from an investor's point of view, we'd go with this one. Yeah, I think it'd be the most appealing to investors because it has the most potential for long run income.
Great point. Thanks, Theo. And Fuller Bomai, sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Yeah, I was just thinking that for Claire's Bistro, because they're the only one that reaches their maximum capacity, so you can see that they actually are like kind of popular, and that people would want to go to that restaurant more than the other ones.
So Claire seems to be sort of at the forefront. Does anyone agree or disagree perhaps on that? Loads of great points. And remember, are we keeping on? How long have we got? Is anyone keeping check on time? Those things we've got to think about before we get too carried away in the conversation. But well done, everyone, for your input. Ms. Harrell, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
Yeah, you think you pronounced that right. So I hear that everyone's saying Claire's Bistro is good. I agree with that. However, I'm quite interested in Edmund's Basari because they have a good average spend for their customers, but the only problem is that they're using old school marketing, which is, I feel like, the big problem here. So if they made their marketing better, I think everything should be much more appealing to investors.
Yeah, great. And I wonder, remember, Hannah made a point around, how they can enhance their performance using tech. Do you have any ideas on how they can do better with their marketing? Don't worry if not.
So if they're using old school marketing, I'm not they're probably using billboards, something like that, but I think they can use social media and target the area to get a better interest from customers. And they can also use, what other marketing are there?
Yeah, no,
I'm not sure right now, but I'm saying social media for now.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well done. So Becky's given us a little tip here. So maybe think about how KPMG could maybe assist with Claire's concerns about requiring financial advice or assistance. So it's good that Claire is aware of areas for improvement. And thank you on the time check. We've got about 20 minutes until we need to be back. So, at the end of this, we need to pitch our chosen restaurant for about 3 minutes. Why we've chosen this, the what's and the whys, and our reasons to back this up. So if we start maybe trying to pinpoint our chosen one, Claire's has been mentioned a few times there, and from Becky's point, how do we feel then? How could KPMG assist with Claire's concerns around requiring financial advice or assistance? And let's get Claire's details up so we can have a look at that. Tiana.
I think that KPMG could provide auditors to help evaluate her finances and give her advice.
That's great. Awesome, Tiana. And Iman's made a comment in the chat box. I don't know if you want to elaborate on there vocally.
I'm not fully sure about what audit does, but I'm sure they can help her fix her finances and manage and maybe plan for the future, because then she can spend the money on the expansion as well. Yeah, that's it.
That's great. And Becky, I'm just going to come to you if this is allowed. I guess when at the end of the day, you want to see how KPMG is at the forefront of, this choice, isn't it? So there's no right or wrong with this. It's just how they come about making that final decision. And that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And what sort of Iman and Tiana said is you can go through the accounts with Claire and, why is she not making as much profit as maybe she could do? And then obviously the points the others have said about increasing the capacity, that would obviously increase the profit. But maybe think back to the open times Claire has. I think Claire's bistro is only open maybe in the evening. So how could you again increase profit? Maybe to do with opening times, and like what Tiana said, a business plan with Claire, so you can work out costs. Where are you spending the money on staff, the food, etc.
Awesome, thanks Becky, and hopefully guys that's given you food for thought. So where do we go from here? I'm gonna not talk as much so we can wrap up the last 15 minutes or so. And remember, we need about 3 or 4 presenters as well. So do keep that in mind, ready to volunteer yourself, hopefully. And maybe this is something a little bit out of your comfort zone and you want to have a go today. As I said, you're in a safe environment. It's all about the practice. So you're prepared for when you are in that real assessment centre task.
I guess you could sort of change Claire's bistro a bit more to like Edmund's brasserie and have 2 sittings in the evening and 1 at lunchtime maybe. And then you're getting a lot more people in per day rather than just 60 covers per day.
Great, thank you, Ollie. Who agrees or disagrees with Ollie there?
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because that means they don't have to worry about kind of expanding, which could then, if they look to expand, they could come across hidden problems, which would then obviously decrease the amount they'd be able to spend on improving the restaurant. So I think that's kind of a more simple solution, which would make sense.
Yeah, I think changing opening times would probably be better first, and then you can always expand later if you want to after you're making a profit.
Yeah, and also for managing costs, I was thinking maybe she can negotiate with a cheaper supplier, because she's spending a lot on her cost for sales, and that can and saved up managing this annual expansion.
I was thinking, especially that she doesn't have a set menu, so maybe her cost of sales might change every month because you don't know how much she's going to be selling each time. So if she has a set menu, she'll know exactly what she's spending.
Yeah.
I think also on that kind of same line, if she took bookings, then she'd kind of know how much she's going to need per night, so she's not going to waste as much kind of fresh produce as well.
Great points there, guys. I think, Tiana, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, going off of the point about set menus as well, I think that could hopefully get customers that would be coming back. Because if you turn up and you don't know what's going to be on the menu that time, it's I don't know, I think it would be better to have a set menu.
That's great. So we've got lots of great ideas that have been vocalized, which is awesome. Well done, everyone. But what do we do now? What do we need to do to bring it together now? Well, I see some hands. Who is that? Theo?
So I think the main problem at the moment is the venue itself. It says that the restaurant is often reaching max capacity. So I don't really think she has any issue with customer retention or customer appeal. I think it might even be kind of nice for the customers to have a different thing on the menu each day. It might be what attracts them to the restaurant. So I think we should focus on, if you do get an investment, most likely spending it on the property available so that she can expand.
Yeah, thanks, Theo. And thanks, Alfred and Samuel have made some points in the chat box just to bring to everyone's attention. You have a read of that. So guys, how long do we have left? Does anyone know?
Got 12 minutes.
Thanks, Becky. I was testing to see if anyone was...
Sorry, I'm answering all the questions.
Right, guys, so really loads of great points. Let's bring it together now. Let's decide on who is going to pitch our restaurant back into the main group. So maybe by a show of hands, or if you pop in the chat box, if you want to have a go at pitching all our fantastic ideas that we've had. Awesome. Awesome. Iman and Ben, a couple more. Theo, your hand, I don't know if it's still up or from before. Ollie, you made quite a good point earlier. Would you like to pitch with the team?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Thanks, Ollie. And anyone else want to have a go? Use this as a test run. George. Great. So we've got our speakers, which is awesome. But have we got our restaurant? That is the question. I think we've all been saying it, but we haven't actually sort of finalized it. So let's just go through. Is Edmonds the one? Any thumbs up for Edmonds? And then we've got Claire's. Okay, that's a thumb up for Claire. And we may be making some good points. Just want to make sure that no one sat there thinking, oh, I think it should be something else. Are we all in agreement? Or restaurant number 3? Cool. So I think Claire is our winning one. So now let's have a think of how we're going to, you know, raise this to the group when we pitch. Why have we chosen Claire's? We've made some really good points. So the what and the whys and our information to back that up. Should we have a bit of a test run perhaps? If you guys would just want to make sure, is someone note taking that we've got all those points about all those ideas with the set menus, the opening times. Just want to make sure that our team that are pitching back are fully prepared. Of course, we've got 10 minutes, guys. So remember all the things we mentioned. Iman, you had mentioned that around how KPMG can help, can't they?
Yeah, so the reasons why we can talk about how Claire's Bistro has the highest gross profit margin. It has space to grow, like you can expand the business. Also, Claire's Bistro has like a good reputation. and you can like further enhance that to marketing. Yeah, and there's just so much ways to improve the business and make it more profitable, like increasing the opening times and reducing the costs. I think those are the reasons to buy. And then for helping, Claire's Bistro KPMG can provide auditors, which they can help her plan her finances, like for the future. And yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's great. So maybe then, I don't want to, you know, tell you guys what to do, but just to ensure that those, you know, Iman, Ben and Ollie and George, to ensure that you're all speaking, maybe Iman, you can say the restaurant that you've chosen and the reasons why. As he said, space to grow, you can expand the business. And then maybe Ben, if you want to go into the detail of the, you know, the ideas that you had. Fuller Mumbai has mentioned some good points there that we've discussed around the set menu. So I'll just put this slide up just to help. So, you know, our reasons, the problems, but how we're going to resolve those problems and the potential opportunities.
I have a question for Becky. So you know how Claire is not confident enough in the expansion of a business. Is there a way KPMG can help? So like, is there like a support that they can provide?
So our consulting department, for example, can help Claire create a business plan. And then, like someone mentioned before, the audit department could help Claire look at her books and work out where costs are going and, you know, how to make more profit. I don't know if that answered your question. Would you mind repeating it? Sorry.
No, yeah, it does. It does. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry, so could I just check, are we kind of going to pitch to introduce a set menu, or are we going to keep the idea that she's not going to have a set menu and that's kind of gives a more diverse range of food? Like, what's our point there?
I guess you could have the option. You could either go for the set menu or order specific items and have the option for people who come to choose one or the other.
Okay, cool.
I think maybe you can have the option of like a set menu and then every day have like a different option like as well, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, like today's special, something like that, because we're looking to reduce costs.
Could we have it so that there is like a set menu, but it changes daily or something like that? So, or she does like kind of one main dish that's kind of a speciality that she does like for each different day of the week or something like that?
I think if you're changing the menu every day, then that can get quite expensive. If you're having to order different stuff in, and then if it's not used, you can't use it the next day.
That's true, but if it's kind of 7 different ones, so if you have one for each different day of the week, then it's the same as kind of having essentially 7 starters, 7 main course, 7 puddings, that kind of thing. I don't know, it's just a suggestion.
I guess because you just, if you have surplus food, you can't keep it for the next week. So if you have surplus, you're just going to have to get rid of it.
Chelsea reminded us we've got 5 minutes left. Thanks for that, Chelsea. And guys, remember when we go back to pitch, remember to introduce yourself so you all can say your name. You all have that moment to speak. But good discussions here if you want to ensure that you're all on the same page for when we pitch back. And lots coming through in the chat box. Well done, everyone, for getting involved. So who's going to open it? Who's going to talk about that main section, you know, the what and the why? Maybe that could be combined, and then the conclusion, just to recap.
I can start it and say the reasons.
I'm happy to talk about like how KPMG could be like useful for Claire. That's like another kind of main bit.
Yeah, well done, Ben.
I guess I could talk about maybe future growth, how they could expand.
Yeah, nice one, Ollie. And then George put at the end. George will go last. So maybe George, you can sort of wrap it up and then answer any questions. Well done, guys. I think we've just got a few minutes left. But yeah, you've all done really well, whether that's been contributing on the chat box or out loud. Awesome, thanks, Becky. Anything else, guys, you need before we go back into the main room? But well done again for volunteering yourselves. Take your time in speaking, introduce yourselves before so the assessors know who you are. I see some hands. Was that Tiana? Or Theo?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I just wanted to double check. What is like the actual main thing that we're asking for investment for? Is it going to be to expand the property or to work on having new menus? Because I think if we ask for too much, it might sound like we don't really know what we're doing.
Great point, but with a couple of minutes to go, any thoughts on that? Baloo with Tiffy?
I just wanted to make a point about the menus. I honestly believe that the menus could be something that could honestly be held back upon based on the fact that they still have a very high demand for their current menu. And I believe that the expansion is something that should be touched upon more, because if they're able to accommodate the customers that they turn away, then they'll be able to make a larger profit. And based on the fact that the people that they do turn away are coming for the current menu, I believe that that might also be a unique selling point of Claire's, that along with the decor and stuff, I don't feel like the changing of the menu is an immediate necessity to talk about and ask for investment about.
Thanks very much for sharing that. Okay, we've got 1 minute. Amy's put something in the chat. I think if you just mention the attempt of the growth and the improvement of the bistro, then it opens up a whole umbrella of things. Any final points for the last minute? Any questions? If you look up on the chat, Becky's put the order of you guys speaking. But yeah, just enjoy. We're going back into the main room now. So yeah, well done everyone. You did really well with contributing. Like this, it's quite a hard task. And someone has thrown a curveball in there. But we're going with Claire's. That's what we've chosen as our restaurant. But well done everyone. We'll see you back in the main room.
So you should now be able to see the kind of student handbook that we put together for this morning's task. What I will do is I might just kind of read through this really briefly. So for anybody that hasn't seen this information before, this is kind of the instruction that I just went through. So as discussed, there's basically 3 restaurants, 3 businesses that you need to have a think about. So Edmund's Brasserie, Claire's Bistro and the Gondola. And this pack will just give you, I suppose, a bit more kind of insight into those different restaurants. And these are the details that you can really use to kind of establish and kind of make your decision on which one you feel like is worth the investment. So in regards to kind of the first restaurant then, we've got Edmund's Brasserie. So Edmund's Brasserie is located in the heart of the city and has a maximum of 30 customers at any one time. At lunchtime, there is one sitting, and in the evenings, there are 2 sittings. Edmund's Brasserie has seen constant revenue for the last 5 years, although wages and salaries have increased significantly, largely due to the demands of the chef Jean-Claude Bouton. The average spend per person is £20 at lunchtime and £35 in the evening, and a set menu is offered at these prices, and they are chosen by most customers. Friday and Saturday evenings are the most popular times to visit the brasseries. However, the restaurant rarely reaches capacity despite its prime location. Edmund's Brasserie employs an old school marketing consultant, Michael Blackwell. On the next page, you'll be able to see some of the extracts from the recent financial statements that Edmund's Brasserie has supplied. So here you can see, guys, just like I said, some of the finances from Edmund's Brasserie. So it's really worth kind of taking this into consideration when thinking about your investment as well. And what we'll do is, I think, to kind of guide the conversations this morning for each of the restaurants, I think it'll be really important to think about the reasons to buy, what the problems are, and what the potential opportunities of that restaurant could be as well. Restaurant 2 is Claire's Bistro. So Claire's Bistro has a maximum capacity of 16 customers at any one time. It's closed at lunchtime, and in the evening there is just a single sit-in, except on Friday and Saturday where there are 2. It has seen growing revenues for the past 3 years, although it's been accompanied by growing expenses, and so gross profit margin has remained constant. Customers on a weekday spend approximately £15, whereas those at the weekend usually spend just over 20, and there is no set menu. It does not take bookings, but it does often reach capacity. But however, Claire has some concerns about managing the business as it grows, as she has doubts about her ability to control the finances, as she currently struggles and seems to be always on the phone to the tax office. And again, on this page, you can see some of the finances from Claire. So as you can see, we've got some red and some minuses on there as well. So again, something to think about. Restaurant 3 is the Gondola. So the Gondola has a maximum capacity of 60 customers at any one time, and is next to the popular budget hotel Sleep Easy. The restaurant is open for breakfast, lunch and dinner, although there is only one sitting at each of these time periods, and it also has a bar which is open to the restaurants of the hotel and others. It's seen a decline in revenue over recent years and has received some negative press coverage. It pays an annual fee to the Sleep Easy, and as a result, all the hotel customers eat breakfast in the restaurant. The residents of the hotel currently receive a 10% discount if they choose to dine in the restaurant for lunch or in the evening. On the next page, you can see some extracts from the recent financial statements that the Gondola supplied. Some of the staff at the Gondola believe that the old technology and systems could be leading to some of the negative reviews. So, supplementary information. So this is some information that, again, you should use to kind of help you guide your decisions. So in terms of location, what the cost of that is, Claire's Bistro is ideally situated in a popular part of the city, welcoming staff, homely decor, and they often have to turn away customers due to their demand. The Gondola is Italian themed, and like we said, this restaurant is currently owned by the shareholders of the hotel. It's open for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and it's capable of seating 60 people, but there's no scope for expansion of this. And customers largely consist of those that go to the hotel. It was last refurbed in 2007, so quite a while back, although all the kitchen equipment is still in good working order. As you can see, the cost there is more. And Edmund's Brasserie, established in 1998, it's a popular restaurant, and it's set in a popular location as well. And it's very much kind of welcomes local residents and tourists as well. And it's recently been refurbished and modernised. And as you can see on here, just some of the kind of different properties that you've kind of got on the market at the moment as well. And here's just some information about some recent reviews. So as you can see, TripAdvisor for the gondola, not great. And as you can see, Edmunds Brasserie, they're kind of old school, maybe marketing team think the best idea for them is to send out a leaflet or a flyer. And I'm guessing you guys might have some much better ideas about how they can market it than that. So hopefully that gives you a bit more of an overview into those 3 restaurants. So what I'll do is I will stop sharing my screen, and we really kind of just want to open up the conversation. You've got about 30 minutes from now to really just think about all those 3 restaurants we've gone through, and also just putting your presentation together as well. So is there anybody kind of that wants to start or has any thoughts on what we've gone through?
Got your hand up, Noor, so if you want to, I don't know if you can unmute yourself.
I was just wondering, so do we pick a restaurant collectively and then decide to do the pitch on that? Is that how it works?
Yeah, so I think what would be really good is for you guys to spend some time basically discussing the good points, the bad points of those 3 restaurants. Obviously, I know you've all got that information that we shared, so making sure that you're using that to kind of come to a decision as well. Obviously, me and Max can make some notes, so if you guys very much want to kind of guide the conversations and have that conversation as a group, I really would advise coming off mute if you can, or do pop any thoughts in the chat as well. But I think it'd be really nice for you all to discuss it, and then we can kind of put some points together you can put in your presentation.
I just thought I'd say that I think Claire's is quite a good restaurant to maybe do the pitch on, because I feel like it has a lot of potential. It's just she needs some guidance, which I think we could all provide in the presentation maybe.
Great, thanks so much, Noor. And does anybody else have any thoughts on Claire's?
I think Claire's is also quite good, because out of the 3 restaurants available, it's the one that constantly is at max capacity. It clearly has a lot of love within the local community, and it is one of the cheapest. And I think that it has the most potential and room for growth that can attract the most profits in the coming of years compared to the rest.
Great, thank you. I can see someone else has put that they agree with Claire's. So does anybody want to pop any thoughts into the chat function then around Claire's? Any thoughts? What would be a good thing is obviously just popping maybe all the positives and negatives down as well. So if you have any thoughts on either of that, please do take yourselves off mute if you'd like to discuss it, because it seems like Claire's is the one we're going for. So it'd be really good to get some points together for that.
I feel like maybe one weak point for Claire's is that it's closed during lunchtime, and maybe that's where we could see a lot more increase in revenue. And of course, she's scared that if the business grows, she won't be able to handle finances. So we could offer maybe getting an accountant or like a team put in to help manage that, so she doesn't feel like there's too much pressure.
Yeah, really good point. So we have had a few cons to Claire's as well. So we've had some people say that it's not open during lunch, but yes, of course, we've said we could guide them to open that. Someone has actually said they feel that Claire's is risky due to its negative profit. So is that something that we're kind of considering as, again, that we can help with that? It might be worth thinking about kind of how we market it as well. So I will put that down as a negative, that it currently has negative profits, as that's kind of a really good point for us to, it's good to acknowledge that if we are going for Claire's, it's good to say we recognise the profits aren't great at the moment. However, the work that you're kind of investing and want to do will improve that. Someone else has put, alternatively, Edmunds is profitable, established, providing return on investment as long as they improve marketing. Someone else has put Edmunds has a good base. Someone else has put, since it reaches capacity quickly, they should take bookings so customers aren't disappointed. Someone else says Claire's is risky. They've got more successful management. I think Edmunds is the one to go, as it has a steady income stream.
Edmunds looks popular.
Yeah, so actually it looks like we've switched hats to Edmunds. Okay, so what we can do then is we will go for Edmunds. Okay.
Said do a poll.
Can we do a poll, Max?
I'm just having a look if I can actually.
Okay.
No, not in a breakout room, unfortunately.
No worries. I think from what we've kind of got through, everyone's kind of thinking Edmonds has probably got the best base to start on. So maybe that's the one we'll go with then. So
I mean, Eloise has put in a couple of points in terms of the last one that just came in is a really good one. That it's easier to review a marketing strategy than to balance negative figures. And somebody else did also put that the capacity is an issue or could be a risk, and it would be easier to get a return on Edmonds as well. I said I didn't want to talk too much. A, because I always talk too much in these sessions, and B, because this used to be my industry. I used to work in food and coffee, so this was my job. So I'm not going to say too much because I have opinions and I don't want to influence students.
okay, so I suppose one of the main things then we're pointing out is with Edmonds that it's got a strong base already, but you want to kind of focus the pitch on their marketing strategy and social media. So it's very much just about increasing their brand awareness, I guess. So what do you guys think would be a good starting point for that then in terms of their social media strategy and increasing brand awareness? How do you think that would be best placed? What could you do to maybe help that?
I think that we could do potential partnerships with local hotels, because since they're in the city, a very good location, they'll be able to make a deal there, increase people that go there.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree with the hotel thing as well, since it's popular with tourists and they would also go there in that situation.
Yeah, great. Okay. I have seen someone that said, can we advise Edmund to replace Maxwell? So definitely, I think it's, you obviously have to be quite careful when it comes to potentially replacing members of staff, but it may just be around challenging the way that kind of Maxwell thinks. So it may be that Maxwell just needs some evidence. So maybe if it was the fact that you wanted to use kind of Instagram or social media to broaden their kind of, someone said target market, it may just be taking that to Maxwell to say, look how much engagement we've had on this kind of social media post, and just kind of challenging some of his ideas from there. So a lot of people have said about kind of using Instagram, Twitter, renovate the restaurant and modernize it. Okay, so renovation. And someone's made a good point that it has already been refurbed. So just having a look back at some of the information that we had about that. So someone has made a really good point again around not just having set menus. So I suppose, again, not to influence your decision too much, but one of the things potentially you could think about is not having that set menu available all the time. A lot of restaurants may kind of have set menus, but not necessarily on kind of like Friday and Saturdays where they kind of see the most of their customers coming in. So potentially that may be something for you guys to kind of think about as well, in terms of kind of increasing that profit that's coming through. I think another really good point is about selfies and tagging the restaurant. So we all know how important influencers are now. Maybe if they got some kind of food bloggers or kind of someone to come to the restaurant and provide some feedback. Obviously, hopefully it would be positive feedback, but that's a really good idea in terms of increasing engagement as well. Another point around target the investment on focusing not to become a hotspot, specialise in a particular dish. Definitely signature dishes. So we can make a note of that as well. We've also got, I can see someone's put on there kind of really using their how established they are as well, which is really important. Use it as an established brand within the community.
Somebody's actually mentioned putting in place a pay structure so they could gradually reduce salary costs or maybe control them.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like free Wi-Fi. Yeah, we can definitely add that in as well. Again, I think that's a really good idea actually, because I feel like a taster menu is probably a bit more modern than a set menu. So it might be just, again, something kind of new and a bit more innovative that they can offer. So we can definitely put that down as well. And again, then I'm just going to look back at the kind of information that we were provided with. So it does say the restaurant rarely reaches capacity. So I know we've kind of said a few things around that. We think that will improve that within kind of the marketing strategy. So I think that will help with kind of things we've discussed around going out to local hotels, tourists, improving their social media, things like that. So hopefully that should tackle kind of that element. Also kind of that set menu structure, thinking about that. And at lunchtime, there's only one sitting. So could they potentially open up more sittings? So we think that could be a good idea as well. Yeah, some more offers during the week. That's a really good idea as well. Yeah, some really good points coming through.
I like your idea. So Labib's putting about discount schemes for local authorities such as NHS, Met Police, employees from large offices nearby, and etc. I think that's a fair point, because when you look at the location, am I right? Is Edmonds in the one in Shaftesbury Avenue?
Yeah.
So that's right in the heart of Theatreland in London, in the West End. So when you think about it, lots of theatres nearby, lots of people, actors, dancers, there's a lot of competition and a lot of holiday makers, because somebody asked that as well. Do they get more customers on holidays? Absolutely, they will do.
Yeah.
One thing to think about as well then in terms of the marketing strategy, like if you're getting more people on holidays, so they're not always based in London, how do you get out to those people? How do you advertise that? Do you use potentially tourist boards? You know, does no harm to invite those people who get information out to their country. Come visit London, and these are the restaurants we recommend. And how do they know how to recommend them? Because maybe they were invited along to sample how good the place is.
Yeah, another kind of point on that as well could be, I don't know if anyone's like familiar with red letter days or kind of Virgin experiences, things like that. But a lot of the time you'll have like a theatre and a meal type bundle. So again, that could be something they consider using. Again, just to kind of attract those people that are kind of visiting maybe during the week, to kind of use and really kind of make sure they are maxing out that capacity as well.
Partnerships with hotels is a good one.
Yeah. Do you know how long we've got, Max? I feel like I'm running out.
We've got about another 15 minutes, because in this room we're finishing at 42 and then going back to present.
Great, okay.
When you think about those partnerships with hotels as well, think about, because it's not just tourists nearby, you have got the hotels and people working there. Do you set up discounts and offers or opportunities for them to come and eat lunch, or do you do delivery to the hotel staff? And then when those guests say, oh, can you recommend a restaurant nearby? Yeah, well, we always recommend such and such because it's great food. Think about those things as well. But then you also have to remember that when you do these things, you have to maintain the integrity of your restaurant and your name. So what do you want to be known as? Do you want to be known as the the restaurant that provides all the food to hotel staff, or is it a genuine place for people to come and have good food? So you need to think about these things as well when you think of these strategies.
Great. So as we've got about 15 minutes left, I think it might be good to start thinking about relaying this information back. Do we have anybody that's quite happy to come off mute and present some of these ideas?
And obviously I would strongly encourage it, because we're here to support you and help you. And the more you do it now, the easier it's going to be in the future.
I
like
wouldn't
Mish-
mind helping
Go for it, Mel.
presenting if there was anybody else.
Yeah, so I will, Gavin. So what I'll do is that once we've kind of got a few people that are quite happy to speak, I will share my screen so we can go through some of the top points that you kind of want to talk about in that presentation. Is there anybody that's happy to kind of support Noor in that at all?
I don't mind speaking either.
I wouldn't mind also.
Eloise, sorry, so was that Eloise, Noah, was it?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, cool. So the three of you should be an amazing team. So what I'll do then is I will share some of the information or some of the notes that I've been making, and then maybe we can spit it out into maybe what the kind of the structure of that presentation will look like, if that sounds like a good idea. So I will get those up on screen now.
These are fantastic ideas, guys. This has been really great. I'm really enjoying this. It's really good stuff.
So can you all see that?
No,
Oh.
I can't. Unless I'm being silly. Am I being blind? Here we are.
Now
we can see it. Yeah.
Perfect. Cool. So as kind of we discussed, these are all the things that I was jotting down. So I think what we kind of need to start with is what we feel are maybe kind of the positives about Edmonds and kind of why we chose that in the first place. So I think things we kind of mentioned there is that it's kind of been recently modernized, has a good base. It's got a really good, so we can put kind of like strong location, central London. And then we can also make that point about, Eloise, I know you mentioned about how reviewing kind of marketing strategy is easier than balancing kind of negative figures that they might have or kind of that other restaurants had. And then just thinking about why, kind of what we want to do to kind of improve Edmonds in terms of their marketing strategy then. So what we'll do is we'll pick out a few things. So all of it kind of was based around social media. So let's kind of put some headings together under this social media strategy and what we're hoping to do with that then. So partnerships with hotels was another big one, but that's not so much social media based. So we said about hosting parties or events that can be posted on Instagram. That off. Unique setup in their restaurants for customers to take selfies and tag it. So for example, food bloggers and influencers. And then it's all about kind of challenging the ideas of the current staff. I'm just going to look at the chat because I can see some ideas.
Give you a couple in there. Somebody's asked, is it a good idea to mention the possible problems with the restaurant, but reassure them of the measures taken to solve them?
Yeah.
And another point has been made that they struggle at the moment to reach capacity already. So it might be better focusing on getting customers in right now before expanding into new property.
Yeah. So we can say some of the negatives are, were there any other negatives that we wanted to kind of just mention?
What other negatives we'll be thinking of mentioning? Come on.
Was it just salaries that were too high at the minute? So we need to speak about a strategy to kind of make sure it doesn't get too high and stays at a normal level.
Yeah, so I can add that in here. So we were saying about putting, talk about that.
I think also the marketing consultant was a negative, as it was old school.
Old school marketing consultant, and we want to challenge ideas.
I just wanted to bring up what Max said. Are we going to keep it as a restaurant like known to invite customers in, or are we going to make it mainly to be collaborated with hotels? Do we know what path we're going to take and prioritize with the restaurant?
Yeah, I suppose it's up to you guys to really identify whether you want to, I suppose, market this restaurant as somewhere that is more of a tourist hub, or if you see this restaurant as being more authentic and you want to keep it as more of a business that's driven just by really good food and the quality of what they're delivering. Sometimes a lot of real touristy restaurants lose that element of quality. So yeah, it might just be worth thinking about, although it's great that I suppose the way you could spin it is that you're wanting to kind of bring in these kind of partnerships around with hotels and tourists, but you're really trying to keep that quality there as well. So as much as you can say that you want to kind of develop their customer base, you can say that you kind of want to keep that quality as much as possible. So we can definitely add that in, that you want to keep it based on the quality of the food and the kind of personality of that restaurant. And 2 sittings at lunch as well. So if we just put a heading saying what we want to do,
just going to give the 8-minute warning. Let's call it a 7-minute warning. And Hannah, and as you and I know, let's make sure that before we go back to the main room, those that are presenting are comfortable knowing what you're presenting, so you don't discuss it when we're back in the main room. Yeah, and Eloise has put a point in about focusing. You can keep the quality and develop the customer base if you focus the hotel partnership on potentially red letter days and not on employees' food. Fair point. Yeah. Very, 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 very fair point.
We have said what we want to do then, challenge ideas of the current staff around marketing strategy, social media strategy, increasing brand awareness, having a unique setup in restaurants, inviting food bloggers, influencers. We also want to provide discount schemes for the local authorities. Is that something you want to market, or is this something that you feel the restaurant should just do? I suppose we don't want it to get too busy with, we're saying we're going to do the red letter days, the hotels, and we're also going to have these kind of discount schemes as well. Did that just want to be something you feel the restaurant should offer? Okay, we'll just keep that in, as we feel like that's something the restaurant should do. But I will highlight in, I suppose, the real kind of key things that we've spoken about.
Very good question in the chat box. Well, 2 good questions. How are we going to open the presentation and who's saying what? And that's for you guys to figure out, right?
I think one of us needs to come into the presentation talking about the restaurant and like why we chose it out of the others. And then maybe the next person start talking about the advantages about the restaurant, and then maybe finish up on ideas on how to improve it. That's just an idea, but obviously we can build on that.
Yeah, and I think what we've got here is these points at the top here are kind of why we've chosen to kind of pick Edmonds in regards to recently modernised, has a good base, strong location, established brand. But what we want to do is kind of review that marketing strategy, as we feel that's easier to improve than some of the negative figures that some of the other restaurants have. Some other negatives that they kind of struggle to reach capacity. So there we kind of want to, then the other things we want to do is kind of putting in pay structure. So maybe that will go into more of kind of what we want to do. Max, is there any way I can like share these notes with the people that are presenting?
I don't know if you can just drop it in the chat box, because only our group sees that.
But then once we go back into, I suppose, guys, if I put this into the chat, if you copy and paste it out, you'll then have that, if that sounds okay. So who would be quite happy to open and talk about why we've picked Nora? Are you quite happy to do that?
Yeah, I don't mind. Do you want me to speak about the advantages in that as well? And then what would the other 2 speak about? Would they both speak about on what we're trying to do to develop the restaurant?
Yeah, so I think if you kind of open with kind of why we've chosen Edmonds.
Yeah.
And there's obviously a few points on here, but also speak about some of the negatives that we're trying to kind of challenge as well. And then if Eloise and Noah, do you kind of just want to split these ideas up? Cool. So we'll split it up like this. Amazing. Well done, guys. So many good ideas there. So let me just paste this into the chat. So hopefully that's where you can get it from. Let me see if I can do that.
This should work, fingers crossed. And for the three that are presenting, Nor, Eloise, and Noah, just when you do go to present and speak, make sure you use your voice. Don't be, I know it's nerve-wracking, but don't be shy. Everybody's in the same boat. Trust me, Hannah and I were chatting this morning about being nervous today, because it is a lot of people, even though I do these on a daily basis. But make sure you give your voice a bit of energy so we can hear it and the others can hear it as well, okay?
Because I don't think I fully understand my side. So could me and Eloise swap?
So Eloise is going to go first. As you can see, I've just put on the chat. So in that kind of what we want to do section, I've put Eloise to talk about the first few. And then Noah, all you're really talking about is, oh, sorry, it hasn't all pasted. That's why.
Almost there.
So these are the things, Noah, that you'll talk about, if that's okay.
You comfortable with that, Noah? We've got 1 minute.
Kind of.
If it's fine, we can jump in if you need clarification on any of that. It's fine. So I would just copy and paste this information out so you've got it.
Right, we've got 30 seconds, then we're going back to the main room.
Yeah, so thanks so much everyone again for all of your ideas of
Really
that. And good luck, guys, that are presenting. Yeah, like Gavin said, we're all here to support, so we will jump in if needed as well. Justin?
Yeah, exactly the one that you think is the best. Does anyone have any opinions from reading it already? I suggest not to choose the gondola. Yeah, you have to come with some evidence. Why do you think we shouldn't choose them? They're not at max capacity. They could increase their lunch sittings. Okay, so are we all talking about the gondola? Because I can go through that. So we have it up. And make sure you guys are taking some notes. If you have a notebook and pen. Considering they are investors, I think we should choose the ones with the highest profit. Does everyone agree with that? Edmund's already making a profit, but room to make even more with modern marketing. Any suggestions on how we can market them? TikTok, Instagram, okay, so some social media marketing, not recommended. So which one did you see? It's for the gondola? Okay, so what we're going to decide on right now, the set-in zone, is that we're focusing on Edmonds. Perfect. Okay, so now let me go back. So if you kind of want to make a note of these headings, so reasons to buy, the problems, and the potential opportunities, let's just start with reasons to buy. What are the main reasons that we think we should buy Edmonds? As well as you guys making some notes, I'll make some notes just to help. Located in popular area, top locations for the people who visit theatre. Yes, and I know a lot of people like to eat a dinner before they go to theatre, so that's correct. Heart of the city, already makes profit without being full capacity. Modern. Edmonds has great potential for improvement. Good reviews, Michelin star chef, makes constant revenue. Welcoming staff and homey decor, outstanding reviews, constant revenue. Yep. High quality of food. Wage and salaries have already increased. Do you think that's a reason to buy? Okay, great. So make sure you guys are noting this down, everything that everyone's saying. I mean, if you agree, if you disagree, also you can drop that in the chat too. This is an open discussion and we're all working as a team. So make sure those are noted. So what do you think the possible problems are with Edmonds? Marketing is outdated, doesn't reach max capacity, amazing. High rent and property expenses, yes. It's an old school Old school marketing consultant. High salary cost. Okay, make sure you guys are all noting this down as well, what everyone's saying. I think it's also good if we think about how we can kind of fix these problems. Maybe we could put that in the potential opportunities box, but whenever there's a problem, there should be a way to kind of fix this. So do you guys have any suggestions? If you do, actually drop that in the chat as well. I know everyone said more modern marketing. Is there anything else? The high cost may not be a huge problem if revenue is flowing. True. Increase set menu prices. But do you think that might kind of change the revenue they're getting in? The audience that they get right now might kind of, the customers they get might put them off. Market to larger audience, yep. Offer one sitting in the evening to encourage more people to come. Introduce a booking system. Analyze customer data. Yep, they can do that. Data and insights. That kind of fits in the booking system. They'll be able to see that more clearly. Corporate functions. Set up events to attract people. Steak and wine tasting night. Make sure they're mentioned in tourist guides. Even maybe they could partner up with certain, you know, theatres that are around in the area. Buy a ticket, get 10% off, or vice versa. About marketing, their marketing consultant can send a new advertising idea, can be found in the supplementary information. So let's go to the supplementary information. Okay, so the new kind of proposed advertising idea is the creation of a filter. The filter, oh, the flyer, sorry, the flyer looks tacky. Market to more affluent customer base with luxury products. Nice. That could be something to be noticed, to be noted down as well. That looks old school and tacky. Agree. Okay, make sure you guys are taking all this down as well, because you know we'll need to present it. Maybe coming up with a kind of new look for the restaurant would be great. Social media advertising is very popular now, correct? But if you guys were saying, you know, you want a more kind of affluent customer base, would they necessarily be on those kind of social medias? I think TikTok would be a good way of advertising, yes. Invite influencers. Definitely, especially younger affluent. Okay, if we kind of specify that it is the younger affluent clientele that we're catering for. Dietary needs, I think that should be a standard. Delivery services. Make the chef the attraction as he is Michelin starred. Present him as a character almost. Okay, I kind of like that one. popular spots for business clientele. So maybe quote which famous people that came there to advertise to other people. Any other ideas, guys? Agreed, target the business people. So I think that we're trying to target business people and, you know, the tourist customers as well as affluent people. If we go for a younger customer, social media marketing would be great. Partnerships with theatres, yeah. Host events. I think everyone's trying to kind of, if we kind of come up with a solid decision on who we're trying to target, it would be easier to see these potential opportunities. Maybe, guys. It's important to create a balance between social media and the more traditional business people. Not too sure about TikTok. Most people get TikTok ads. Okay. Target both groups without alienating others. That's quite a difficult task, targeting two sets of different people. How do you think we can kind of come across to both of them? Agreed. Deals with big local firms to offer them deals during the traditionally more quiet times. I like that idea. Wine and drink sales. Update the set menu to relaunch the business. Wine tastings. I've seen a couple of these messages about like wine and food tasting events. We build up the brand and increase the quality of the product. It will speak for itself. Word of mouth marketing is undervalued. Introduce 2 sittings at lunchtime. Does that go kind of hand in hand with the booking system? If we are pitching this, should we compare these advantages to the other restaurants' disadvantages? We sure can. You know, this is you guys' pitch, so it's all in your hand. I'm not pitching it for you. These are all your ideas. So if you think that's the way we should go, agree with the word of mouth, extremely appealing to all the more affluent clients. So are you kind of saying that it should be kind of exclusive? The more exclusive it is, the more affluent people you'll get there. Think about luxury brands like Lamborghini. They do not advertise on TV because the people who will buy do not watch it. Claire's Bistro owner can't manage finances if they do grow, so criticize that when talking about the disadvantages. Our restaurant isn't Lamborghini restaurant yet, is it? It only seats 60% capacity. Looks like Claire says more potential to make simple changes to increase profits. Okay, guys, I think we have to kind of just narrow down what our kind of target is. So if everyone wants to drop who they think we should target, and then that could just be like a voting system, I can tally it up. So professionals. All right, guys, there's a lot of great ideas, but how are we going to tie this all together? We just kind of need to all, if we're all on the same page, who's going to get us to the next step? Older, wealthy, younger but wealthy, younger, professionals, younger customers, wealthy clientele. Over 25, that's very specific. Older, wealthy clients. There's no need to kind of just make a PowerPoint. It's just a verbal presentation. I'm going to leave that up to you to decide who is going to talk about what points, but we need to kind of bring it together before we could even make those decisions. We need just about 3 or 4 of you to speak on each point that we discussed. But you guys aren't even agreeing on who we should target first and foremost. Don't make it exclusive, advertise better to locals and tourists. Okay, so what I'm getting here is that we need to, like, a lot of people want to make the menu more targeted to wealthier clientele, either older or younger. It just doesn't matter as long as they have money. Is that kind of what we're going for? Younger people who are striving to get that same lifestyle as the older, more affluent people. Is that what we're agreeing on, guys? Yeah, I think so. Okay, all right, great. So the pitch should be about 3 or 4 people. And what we're kind of focusing on are these the good, the bad, and the opportunities. Maybe someone to kind of introduce the group and why you picked that restaurant, and then you could have 3 people to want to do the good, want to do the bad, and want to do the opportunities. If you guys think that's the way it should go. I mean, obviously, it's your pitch, so open to suggestions on how you would want to say it out. Don't mind talking. Billy, is there any specific parts that you guys would like to present? Then I could write that down and we can have a kind of final lineup of who's doing what. Reasons to buy. Okay. Reasons good. Anyone else? Potential opportunities. Okay. So we have left the kind of the introduction and then the badge. Well, the presentation all in total is for 3 minutes. The intro probably won't be like too long, probably be more of a focus on the good, the bad, and the ops. Can I talk about our vision for what we want the restaurant to be? Okay, so is that like the intro? That's potential ops. Yeah, that is potential ops. We have someone doing that. I don't have anyone for the intro though for you. And look, ideas are welcome. So William, would you be okay with doing the intro to the group and kind of why we chose Edmund? Is that all right? Our vision and why we chose Edmund should be in the intro. I think we could do that just as long as it's obviously not long-winded, because we're going to get into it in the reasons to, the opportunities, sorry. Intro, I think we should establish the reason we chose the restaurant and our target audience. I should sum that up in the conclusion. Potential opportunities, yeah. We could touch on things in the intro, but I don't think we should go into too much depth in it until we get to like the potential ops. I hope you guys are taking notes from before the speakers. Didn't choose Claire's due to poor financial records. Didn't choose Gondola due to poor review. However you guys want to structure it, it's up to you. Just make sure you guys are all on the same terms as a group. One review doesn't make a mention. So what do we put into the intro? It's totally up to you guys what you think we should put in there. I think some of you guys were talking about why we chose the restaurant and the target audience. So, okay, so why we chose the restaurant. Talk about where the restaurant is located, city centre. Talk about the Michelin-starred restaurant and the chef. Yep, then Billy can definitely go deeper into it in the reasons to buy. Yep, reasons to buy, problems, potential opportunities. So we have, I just got the notification that we have about 5 minutes left, guys. So make sure you have everything set. You've written down all your notes. And you know which parts that you're speaking in. So I have down for the intro, William, the good, Billy, the bad, Temi, and the opportunities, Shania. Shayna? Am I saying it right?
Shayna.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good idea, Billy. Whenever one person finishes speaking, say you're passing it on to whoever's the next person. And remember, we only have 3 minutes. So after you, Billy, it's Temi. Yeah, I agree in the conclusion why they should invest over the other restaurants. But that's possibly reasons to buy. Be open to questions too. If you're not sure, you can pass the question on to someone else. That's a good tip there. Use figures from the financial records. Yep. So guys, if you want to help out Temi there, he's asking has he hit all the points for problems. We have about 3 minutes before we have to go back, guys. So just help him out there.
But we're
Make
back
sure
now with the different groups. And I'm just going to say for this part, obviously everybody's doing presentations. And rather than going over how they went, I want to get straight into the presentations. And I think Chris's group are quite excited to be going first, because I think they've been chomping at the bit and are ready for it. So so Chris's group, who's presenting and who's doing what? Take it away. Take over.
Max, do you mind putting on stopwatch, please, just so we know how long we took? Because I know 3 minutes is the challenge. So Aisha, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha, and I'm from Chris team. And today I'm going to tell you why you should be investing in our business, which is Gondola. So Gondola has a capacity of 60 customers at a time. And the restaurant is open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it's only available for one-time sitting.
Shall I go on with the pros?
Yeah, I think it's you now, Jess.
Perfect. So after looking through all of the numbers, we've noticed that it has the highest capacity of all of our options. Similarly, at the moment, it's making the greatest revenue, which I think, is it Maha? You've got the numbers there? Maha?
What's happened to our team? Come on, guys. Maybe she's dropped off, Jess.
I'm on. Sorry, I was on mute. So the customer analysis has this is the highest customer analysis with 17, 30, 33, 49, and 25, adding up to 135. Adding on to the revenue is quite high with 670,000 out of all, and the net profit before tax is 135,000, and total profit for the year is 101,250. These are pretty high from all 3 restaurants. And moving on to the cons, the expenses are pretty high with 165,000. In a way to improve the expenses, it may be affected due to the bad relationship with the hotel next door and the old technology that they use. If we fix both of those problems, we find solutions to both, maybe the expenses can perhaps lower down. And yes, moving on to the next person. Hello?
Aaron,
Hello?
Aaron, isn't it, with the cons?
Yep, hello. For the cons, we've got high expensive, which would lead to a change of suppliers. And what else we need to do is we need to advertise our restaurant so we can get more customers coming in. We would also need to hire a new chef for the food to be better than normal. Also, we need to have some new opens for sittings so we can have more customers to come in freely. We need to redecorate the place, renovate the place, and refurbish the place. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I think that's probably our 3 minutes up there. So Max, that's our presentation. Goodness me, guys, do you know what I learned from that is maybe we should have gone through that running order, shouldn't we, and known who was going to be speaking before us, because that was a challenge. But I can give you feedback of our room whenever you want, Max, because we were a great room and we had a great time doing it.
Fantastic, brilliant. And look, this is the whole point of today is to try these things out and to get going, and you've done really, really well to present and to get that information together. So well done. That was 3 minutes and 13 seconds, not including the little indecision at the beginning that happened there. So that's really good. Right, I think to be fair, let's go to Aisha's room now, as you did almost start and then were pulled back. So Aisha from Pathway CTM, I'm going to hand over to you. Go.
Okay, yeah, perfect. I'm just share my screen. Okay, so we actually did plan our running order, so we do know what's going on. So everyone knows who's up first. William, take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm William, and we decided to pick Edmonds Brazier. So we're aiming to continue with our target audience of locals and tourists, although we are planning to target our product to a more affluent customer base in the future. The property has been recently refurbished and modernized, so hopefully we can use that and, you know, keep improving our product to aim for our more wealthy clientele. We have consistent revenue, consistent good reviews, a Michelin-starred chef, so it's a really promising opportunity. So I'm going to pass on to the next person now.
Okay, hello, I'm Billy, and I'm going to be talking about the reasons to buy into Edmonds Brasserie today. And one of the most kind of impressive things we realized when we were looking through is that it was only at 62% capacity, whereas I think it was Claire's was at 91% capacity, which kind of didn't really show any room for growth. And one of my colleagues will go into the potential opportunities of this later, but that was kind of the main kind of reason that we wanted to look into the restaurant. Additionally, we were quite impressed with the £615,000 revenue they made. This was second only to gondoliers. However, this was by a restaurant hotel gondoliers. So I feel like their majority of customers would come from the hotel. So we kind of assumed that there's more potential with the Edmonds restaurant. Additionally, as William said, there is a Michelin-starred chef, which we'll be kind of trying to keep as like the main attraction to the restaurant. And it's in the heart of the city, which is kind of the main reason people would want to eat there, because no one's going to want to go out of town when they're visiting somewhere. And we just thought it'd be a lovely place to eat, having been modernly refurbished in 2012. And also with the reviews coming through, almost all of them have been positive, and I know for the gondolier there was a couple of negative reviews and stuff, and it just seems like kind of the right move for the investors to make, is there's potential for growth as it's nowhere near its capacity, and it's providing constant revenue. So even if it doesn't start growing immediately, you'll always have that kind of ticking in of money and that inflow. So I'm now going to pass on to Tammy, who will do the cons.
Hi guys, I'm Tammy, and one of the problems that we found was that there's quite high salary costs. However, as we are aiming for a more wealthy clientele, this wouldn't be as much of a problem if we were to possibly increase our menu prices to overcome these additional costs. And another problem that we found is that the marketing is quite outdated, as we have an old school marketing consultant. So one of the ways to overcome this is by more modern marketing strategies, such as social media, possibly getting a social media manager. And also, because we're aiming to have more tourists as well as part of our clientele, being mentioned in tourist guides, as it is in a very popular location. And yeah, I'm going to be passing on to the next person.
So I'm Shayna, and I'll be talking about the possible opportunities. So it's situated in the heart of London with a Michelin star chef. Edmund's restaurant has already been set up for success and will only thrive on the potential opportunities to come. Closer to some of the most renowned theatres, possible partnerships with them to attract customers from all over the world will prove to be a prime reason for the restaurant's success, with a constant supply of revenue already stated previously and a reward system to encourage our customers to return. Amongst stunning historic surroundings, the set menu could be catered towards supplying drinks such as wine or having wine tasting sessions, as this will increase our profits further and allow the restaurant to reach its maximum capacity. To further this, we could agree deals with local firms to offer them deals during the more traditionally quiet times to ensure sales throughout the day. As investors, this will provide you with the perfect opportunity and perfect chance for your profits to soar. And therefore, for all of these reasons listed above and from my colleagues previously, from the solutions to overcome the problems and the potential opportunities, investing in Edmunds will surely not let you down. Thank you.
You're on mute there, Aisha. And I believe you're going to let me know that that is the pitch from your group, right? So that was five minutes. 5 minutes. Fantastic. Brilliant. Good effort, guys. Keep it going. I'm going to hand over to Catherine's group now. Mine's going to be last, but Catherine's group, let's go for it.
Perfect. Thanks, Max. So stopwatch at the ready and over to Iman.
Hi, my name is Mark, and I'm going to talk about why you should invest in Claire's Bistro. So despite the negative total profit for the year, there is definitely the greatest potential for growth as it's in a good location, and the investors can invest in property to expand the dining area. There's no set menu, which could attract customers, and Claire's Bistro is also reaching their full capacity. So that's a good sign, and it also has the highest gross profit margin. It also has a good reputation, which can be further enhanced through marketing, such as social media. Yeah, and there's a lot of there's no issue with customer appeal. And yeah, I think Claire's Bistro has the greatest potential for growth. Over to Ben.
Hi, so I'm going to talk about how KPMG can help Claire. So one of the kind of main processes that KPMG talked about is kind of their ability to help audit businesses. I think because Claire is one of the main issues with her restaurant is that she's a doubtful entrepreneur. So I think KPMG could help reassure her and help her see which areas of her business she would need to improve, and and which areas are already kind of working well, as we've seen, kind of to do with the fact that she's got high customer retention and that kind of thing. But also I think KPMG could also look at helping her see how she could grow, which Ollie's now going to talk about.
Yeah, so we believe that Claire's Bistro has the highest potential for growth out of all the restaurants. The two other restaurants are already established businesses, and therefore there's less opportunity to grow. But Claire's Bistro actually has a retail outlet next door that is up for sale for £200,000, and this could be used to expand the dining space. Additionally, although Claire's Bistro has a negative profit, the gross profit margin is the highest of all the three businesses. And also we can see that the demand is there, as sometimes they have to turn customers away. And that shows that Claire's Bistro has the highest potential for growth out of all the businesses. And on to the next person.
Hello, my name's George, and that's why we at KPMG can help Claire's Bistro grow for investors. And now I'll open up to any questions. Any questions? No? All right.
Yeah.
I like that end. I like that.
So no questions, yeah?
I think if there are any questions, there will be an opportunity later on, Rosie, I believe.
See nothing coming through the chat box yet, but we'll give it a few seconds, and we'll see if we've got any questions afterwards as well. That's brilliant. That was just over 3 minutes, so good work there. Right, so that's that was good. Well done. I'm loving these. These are really good. No pressure, but Hannah, our group is up next, right? So Hannah and Max's group.
Last, obviously.
Always.
Yeah, so I suppose our team, guys, what I'll do is I will share my screen so you've got some of the information up, but Noor is going to kick off for us. So if you want to start off, Noor, please take it away.
Hi, I'm Noor from Max's team, and we decided to choose Edmonds. After reviewing all restaurants, we thought that ours had the most potential to thrive. It had more advantages than disadvantages to it. It just needs slight adjustments so we can help it thrive. So my team will also discuss what we will do to make sure that this happens, if we can get sales to the highest compared to all other restaurants. So Edmonds has a really good base. It's in central London and it's well known. It has brilliant sales. It's got constant revenue for the last 5 years, so it shows there's a lot of potential for the restaurant. It was established in 1998, so it shows it's got a really good reputation, and it's well known for its quality of food and its service. It's a well-known brand. And furthermore, it has a Michelin star chef. It's got outstanding reviews. It's also been recently refurbished, and the restaurant is again known for its quality, and that's why it's been around for so long in such a good location. In 2012, we had sold over 400 covers per week, and we aim to get to that and actually excel with the changes that we are going to make. And we want to keep this restaurant authentic and known for its good quality food and service, and we can attract more customers that way. And now I'm going to pass it on to my team, who will discuss more about this.
So I'm Eloise, and we wanted to focus on reviewing the marketing strategy, as this was less risky and less financial than redoing the entire restaurant. So one of the main things that we wanted to do was, as there was quite a high cost of sales at 215 grand, we wanted to put in place a pay structure that could gradually reduce salary costs. So yeah, and that can be reduced through this scheme. We also want to challenge the ideas of the current staff and the marketing strategy, as this is a cost-effective approach to increasing capacity. So we can do this through hosting parties or events. So we might hire social media managers or food bloggers and influencers, as this will be less cost-effective. So we can have customer parties and things, and sort of create the restaurant into a restaurant that is known for a place to take loads of pictures and Instagram. Thus the use of the Michelin star chef can be used as a USP, as it is in a key location, so we can grasp a higher market share, which if we didn't have the Michelin star chef, that could be quite hard. So that will allow KPMG to get a higher return on their profits. We also wanted to invest in restaurant deals and stuff. So in order to remain the hotel in keeping in mainly focusing on the restaurant experience itself, but also investing into the theatres and restaurant deals. We want to do this through hotels and red letter days and like / virgin experiences, as this keeps the quality, but we'll also increase the capacity in sitting in the week, which was previously a negative. I'll now pass on to Noah.
Hello, my name is Noah, and I'm going to continue based off what my colleagues have said. So, also, as we've established before, we want to increase. There already has been established revenue for several years, and we want to increase our revenue. We have a high growth potential while also maintaining authentic to our brand. So one way of doing that is by adding a la carte menu, which means guests can order one type of dish separate from the plate of the original menu. This provides exclusivity with the customers, increasing brand awareness. You can also introduce a customer loyalty scheme, which boosts the interactiveness with our customers. We've seen that it's been highly successful in other industries such as retail with Tesco, Club Card Loyalty, you may know them. Also, we want to provide discount schemes for the local authorities such as NHS and Met Police. This will boost our PR, so public relations aspects of the business, boost our reputation, so providing a USP and a strong brand image that other businesses aren't necessarily doing. We're not just profit. We care about the community. Also, we would like to introduce free Wi-Fi, because who doesn't love Wi-Fi? Thank you.
There you go. Fantastic. Brilliant work. And let me just check the timer. That was 2 minutes and 58 seconds on the nose. So absolutely brilliant right there. No, for purposes of transparency, that was 4 minutes and 50. Just to be honest. But yeah, that's brilliant. Look, it's 12:03 and I know that we're supposed to be on lunch and we've gone over a little bit, but what I do want to do, I just want to have, because we've had 4 very good rooms, 4 very good presentations, and I just want to get a quick reflection from each of the Pathway team from each of the rooms. Just give us some insight to how you think it went and give us a little bit of feedback. Chris, I'm going to start with you if possible, please.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks so much. So I was really impressed with our group, and I think we probably let ourselves down a little bit on that presentation because we didn't go through like some of the other groups did in terms of, I'm handing over to Rob now, Rob, over to you, whatever it might be. So I think that's a really good lesson. However, we did give it perspective. And if you do assessment centres like this with the likes of KPMG, it might be 6 to 8 people, maybe 10 maximum. Hannah can confirm that, later on, so to speak. So it's not going to be as hard. So what we did in our group, we ended up starting off, people were speaking, about 15 to 20 people spoke out loud, which is amazing. And then we started using people's names just so that would make our lives a little bit easier. And then another development that we did was say, I've made my point, but instead of just making a point, I then put a question at the end of it. So what do people think about this? Or would you agree with this, Luke? And putting names onto things. So hopefully that will really help our team, when they come to that real assessment centre virtually, they're really well prepared. And I'll just say, really well done to my team in terms of the skills and values that KPMG are looking for. Collaboration, they all helped each other out in terms of how to vote for things and using the emojis, etc. Inclusion, what do you think about this X person? What do you think about that? And bringing people into the group and presenting. I think it let us down a little bit down to our organisation, but I think you'll learn loads from doing that. And I was just really impressed with our collaboration. It was one of the best groups I've been a part of, so well done.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Chris. That's brilliant. Catherine, what about your room?
Yeah, quite similar actually. Again, loads of people contributing out loud, which was great to see, and on the chat box as well. And we had lots of great ideas. I think something to improve on was just that bringing it all together, which can be quite challenging. And we had a curveball right at the end where someone disagreed, which, it's great to have those views, but making sure that we're getting through the task within the allowed time. Time I think was another thing we needed to work on, but really great input from everyone. You should be proud of yourselves. Well done.
Fantastic. Thank you, Catherine. Aisha, what about yours?
My group was super amazing when we were all together. You know, everyone was contributing. You know, everyone was kind of tying everything together and you know, helping other people collaborate, putting their opinions out there and solutions as well as problems. So there was a nice debate as well. There was a nice little debate that everyone had in there without being, you know, pushy or disrespectful or anything. Everyone was saying their points and got their points across, which was very mature of everyone as well. I really like to see that. Overall, I think it was a really great presentation, and I'm really proud of you guys. Well done.
Fantastic, brilliant. I'll give a quick reflection of my room as well. And then obviously remember that after lunch that we're going to be, KPMG are going to be announcing a winner, and they'll give us some reflections as well when they go through that too. So that'll be after lunch. But my room, the same again. It was really great to see the interactions through the chat box. Those of you that were confident enough to come off microphone. I know it's a big deal. I know this. But it's really good that you're doing this today and you're actually coming out of your comfort zone and trying it. And that's the really important thing. You're learning all these little things as well, so that when you get into a real assessment center, organization, time management, who's going to say what and how are we following one into the other. We know it's hard. Nobody knows each other on this session. You've just met, you've been thrown into a group together, but that's the brilliant thing. You're collaborating, you're sharing ideas, you're discussing, and that's what it's all about. And that's what we want to see. The preparation work that I've seen from a lot of people from before today has been really, really good, and that shows how much you want to get involved. So so really brilliant, and lots of good bits of feedback there from the whole group, and I think that's been really brilliant. Hannah, before we go into lunch, I'm just going to ask you quickly to finish up for us and let us know what happens. How are we going to decide the winner? Do you need notes from us and Catherine, Chris, and Aisha? And once my group wins, once you decide who wins after lunch, will you give a little bit of feedback?
Yeah, definitely. So guys from Pathway, please feel free to just drop an email over to me, kind of your thoughts and feedback on who you think should be voted as winner this afternoon. But yeah, I just want to again just say thank you so much for all of you for getting really stuck into this task. It was so great to see kind of different opinions coming through and hearing everyone's different views as well. And I know that Gavin's just written a note saying everyone should be really proud of themselves, which is absolutely true. So yeah, Pathway, obviously we're really keen to hear kind of your guys' thoughts on how we all performed. I know we're all going to maybe be a bit biased towards our own group, but we will take an unbiased view and look at this all as a whole. Obviously me, Chloe and Becky were all in different groups as well. So there's not going to be any preferential treatment happening there. So yeah, what we'll do is we will go away and kind of discuss over lunchtime, and then once we're back, just before kind of the Q&A kicks off, we'll give you some feedback and just reveal who kind of won that task, I suppose. But yeah, thank you so much again, and I think we'll probably break for lunch now. Max, is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to break back after lunch. Good to see you all. Stick a hello in the chat box for us. And Hannah is about to make the all-important announcement, I believe, about who won the presentation. Go for it, Hannah.
Yeah, so it was a really difficult decision. Like we said, we really enjoyed listening to all of your presentations. So massive well done for that. We did, however, decide on a winner. So we decided on Aisha's group, who chose Edmund's Brasserie. But like I said, it was very close to the top spot. So I suppose just some of the things we pointed out from that group is they had a very kind of well delivered and well structured presentation, and kind of demonstrated a number of different points around room for growth and potential, and mentioned kind of other options that they could kind of currently make the most of that they've already got as well. Just some kind of more feedback points as well. We thought it was really great that one of the other groups spoke about actually how KPMG could help as a business, and mentioned kind of auditing and things like that. So we thought it was really great that you've taken into consideration what we actually do. And also that group obviously slightly went over the time. So I would say kind of within a normal assessment centre structure, it's likely you would be stopped at the point that your time is up. So just a small point around kind of time management and things like that going forward. But no, massive well done to everybody for taking part in that. So what I'll do, Max, is I'll quickly share my screen. Like I said, I've got a bit of an introductory slide for the apprentices, but I will take that down once we kind of get going. Just give me 2 seconds.
I do hope we did think about our questions over lunch, right?
Great. So hopefully you can all see that.
Certainly can. Perfect. Right, brilliant. So hopefully you guys have been thinking about questions over lunch. And remember, this is a real opportunity to ask people their opinions and their experiences and what they did and how they got there. But I suppose we're going to get an introduction of everybody. And if I'm going to ask everyone to do that. Max is first on the screen. We've got two Maxes today. What an amazing day. You can't have a better day than that. So Max, if you want to go first, just give us a little introduction about yourself, please.
Yeah, sure. So I joined KPMG in 2019. It's about 2.5 years ago now. So I am an audit apprentice from the Cambridge office. Yeah, so apart from audit, I do a couple other things, such as like well-being. So there's also different things I get involved in at KPMG. I think it's probably one of the best things about it, as well as sort of the people that you interact with on a daily basis, always being very friendly. And even though joined at 18, 19, sort of everyone's very welcoming, and you know, feel like you're like the youngest one. So yeah.
Fun fact is you ran 2 marathons in 2 days. You are crazy. I couldn't do one. I can't do one. I could cycle it, but not run it. Brilliant. Okay, Amrit, on to you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Amrit. I'm a KPMG solicitor apprentice, and I joined just the past October. So we're the first cohort of solicitor apprentices, so kind of like the guinea pigs, but it's been a great time. We've on to the second rotation now, and I can vouch for the people as much as Max. Everyone's been amazing, so welcoming. It's been so much fun.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, Ben, welcome to the session.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm a KPMG 360 apprentice. I joined in 2019 with Max and Zoe. I've done rotation through corporate tax, insurance audit, strategy, and I'm currently in transfer pricing tax. I joined KPMG after completing A-levels in geography, business and economics.
Fantastic. So we're starting to see the wide range of things that you can be doing at KPMG and the opportunities that are available. This is great. Okay, Zoe, welcome to the session.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name's Zoe. I joined the same time as Ben and Max, so I'm a 360 apprentice. I've worked across banking audit, and then I worked in transfer pricing tax as well, then private client tax, and now I'm in financial crime consulting, which I currently hope to specialise in. It's my favourite area so far. And yeah, just seconding what everyone else has already said, great culture here in the office. Team are really, really lovely, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Fantastic, thank you for that. And then Sam, welcome to the session.
Hello. Yeah, so Sam, and I do the data and analytics apprenticeship, which we're the first cohort, so I joined last year. And we're essentially the technology team for audit, but also some consulting, but mainly audit. So we do deal with big data. We also develop software, implement software. And yeah, my favorite thing is I think like Max pointed out, you're treated no different really to anyone variety of ages, only joining straight from school. You kind of respected straight away. And my fun fact, I did, when I was asked for a fun fact, I said I didn't see myself as a very interesting person, and I didn't think that would be on there, but it is. Thank you.
Don't see yourself as a very interesting person. Well, maybe we'll change that opinion of you. And I think once you start giving out information, people will have a different opinion of you. Brilliant. Look, it's great to have apprentices here, people discussing their pathways and how they got here. We've got loads of questions coming in the chat box already, which is brilliant. And what I'm going to do, so with some of the questions, they're not specific to one person, and they are going to be to you know, who all of you could answer it, but whoever out of the panelists feels comfortable jumping in, go for it, especially where some questions are more about interacting with clients and stuff. If you think you're better placed to answer it, go for it. And actually, we're going to start with Labib has got their hand up. So Labib, I'm going to ask if you want, I'm guessing you want to ask a question. So go for it, kick us off.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Actually, I have 4 questions. 2 of them are really straightforward, just one answer. So the first one, I'm going to ask quickly. So is there any other programs, rather like except like audit and assurance, to get through the level 7 CA qualification?
That's a good question, and I don't know who is going to answer that, but my eyes went naturally to Hannah, but I'm sure one of the
yeah, even I'm sat here a bit like, yeah, I mean, in terms of that level 7 qualification, you get that if you do our audit apprenticeship program. I mean, all of the programs that these guys are doing are higher level apprenticeship programs, but they do have various different qualifications attached to them. So Sam will be doing kind of a degree apprenticeship program, so we'll get a degree at the end. Amrit is doing obviously the solicitor apprenticeship, and then Max, Zoe and Ben are doing 360. So actually they get to choose which qualification they take at the end of that. But again, that will be kind of a higher level. But yeah, that kind of level 7 qualification, like I said, sits mainly within our audit program.
Oh no, because I asked, because I saw on the website, it says when I go like, oh, I clicked on the audit, it says after like 5 years you get to achieve your level 7 CA qualification. But on like if I talk about consulting, I saw you finish your level 3 for AAT, but then you get to choose what program you want to do, and you also get a level 7, but it wasn't mentioned that level 7 CA qualification. It was just mentioned like a general level 7. It can be like solicitor apprenticeship, or it can be anything. So that's where my question is, if I want to do level 7 CA with tax, can I do it, not audit?
No, so we don't have a tax apprenticeship program at the moment. So it is, if it's a tax route that you're looking to go down, we wouldn't have that as an apprenticeship program. Like the 360 one I mentioned, they just get to choose which area they specialise in. So it'll be dependent on what area they pick. So for example, it's all kind of a level 7 qualification as such, but it just depends what area you want to specialise in. But we haven't got a tax program at the moment.
Okay, I think I got my answer. I just wanted to ask, does every apprenticeship program has the same application process, like the 4 steps that was mentioned in the beginning?
They do, yeah, that would be the same for all of our programs.
And my last question is how difficult it is if I talk about the second step of the application process, which is like doing something with the small business compared to the business pitch we did like afternoon. I mean, not afternoon, we did in the morning. Like how difficult would you say it is compared to the one we did today? Like if you want to rate it out of 10, how difficult it is?
Sorry, Chloe, could you take this question? There's someone knocking at my door, if you can take the answer to that one.
Yeah, that's fine. In terms of, so the second assessment within the recruitment process, is it you're talking about?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's not, compared to the task that we did earlier, that was more a group task that you can expect to do in an assessment centre. So that would be more like the final stage, which is our virtual launchpad. The second online assessment, which relates to small businesses, is more of an individual task. So you'll be presented with different information and you'll need to kind of rank things, what you're likely to, how you feel or what you'd say or do in certain scenarios, and then record answers via video as well. So it's different, it's an individual task. So it's a bit hard to compare them because it's not a group task, so they are different. But what you did earlier, you can expect something similar to that in the virtual launchpad stage.
Thank you very much for the informative answers. Just one thing, because you are a recruiter, so I want to ask, like, how many apprenticeship applications you get each year?
I don't know the exact numbers, but there is quite a lot, just because of the amount that we do recruit. We do get a lot of applications, but I can't confirm the exact numbers.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really good questions, and hopefully that'll help out a lot of the other students on the call as well. Chloe, whilst you're here, actually, that's a valid question about how many people apply. And what I will say to students is don't focus too much on how many people apply, because you're not worried about other people's applications. You worry about your own and do your best for yourself. Because there may be 100 people apply and 98 are no good, not right for the scheme, and 2 are, and you're one of those 2. So just think about that. But I think a valid question would be, Chloe, do you actually know how many apprentices you take on each year across all the programs?
I don't know the exact numbers. Hannah may know that. I don't know if she's back yet though.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. it was an ASOS delivery, and he was literally banging the door down like he was a policeman, but there we go. So yeah, in terms of the numbers that we have, it's around 250 apprentices we recruit for each year. Again, what I would say in terms of around those kind of application numbers is that yes, we do get a lot of applications, but we also recruit in a number of different locations. So some locations may be more competitive than others. But we would always really recommend that you apply for a location that you'd ultimately be happy to work in and be happy to commute to, basically. I know that Amrit actually moved from Birmingham to London for her programme, so we do also have apprentices that relocate as well. But yeah, a ballpark figure is about 250, and most of those go into audit.
Questions. Now, I've had lots of questions in the chat box, and remember that we've got people who are on the programme now here to share their experiences. So I'm going to ask them, and as a panel, you're all together, but I'm actually going to ask one question. I would like all of you to just give quick fire answers to some of these questions, because it will be good to know. So one of the first question, I'm going to put two together. So it's really, what inspired you to join KPMG? And I think I want to ask you to take that from a point of view as you're on the program now, and you're in, and you have a different experience, and you know it differently now to how you knew it before you applied. And I think that a lot of the students on here are at that stage, they're thinking about applying, and maybe they have these worries about, how do I find accommodation? Is it going to be too much? Is it the right thing for me? Am I being inspired by the right thing? So if you can tell me quickly, what inspired you to join? And also, what examples did you put on your applications or on your CVs in terms of experience? Because maybe not all of you had a part-time job or a job to put as experience. So what kind of things did you use to show your strengths and skills? Hopefully that's not too long of a question. Max, I know that we started with you and I can see you, so I'm going to ask you to go first, please.
Yeah, sure. So I'd say, I guess when I was in sixth form, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. So for me, I sort of applied for apprenticeships and a uni degree as well. I guess one of the main reasons I applied for KPMG is because of how well known it is, and like the size of KPMG as well. So I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to join, and also why I was hoping to learn and gain from the experience. And then, so what was the second part?
Like when you were applying, because obviously you've got to showcase your skills on your CV and in your application. You're at an early career stage, as a lot of these students are. You might not have had jobs or work experience to call upon. So what examples did you use to show your strengths? Was it things like Duke of Edinburgh? I don't want to put things out.
Yeah, so yes, I mean, thankfully I did have a little bit of work experience and a little bit of part-time job experience as well. But I guess other than that, like some of the questions you get asked at like interviews and stuff would like ask you to think about an experience or think about a learning you gained from an experience. So for example, when I was in sixth form, like did like a £10 challenge in a group, any sort of like group experience that you've, even a football team or things like that. They're definitely examples that you can use as long as you phrase them in the correct way, I guess. Yeah.
That makes absolute sense. Amrit, we're going to come to you. Same question.
Yeah, I think when I was applying for apprenticeships, I was obviously leaning more into solicitor and law-based apprenticeships rather than the audit and consulting side. So then when it came to KPMG, I was surprised that they offered it, and they stood out to me compared to a lot of the traditional law firms because of the culture that you could see when you were researching it. It seemed to be a lot more flexible, a lot more forward thinking, and I thought I'd rather be there than be somewhere a bit more traditional. I think that was my preference. And then when it came to the applications, I was in a similar position to Max. There were certain things at school that I did, like I was a peer mentor, and anything, also things that you do outside of school, like if you volunteered for anything or if you do any clubs, it's just taking the experience and phrasing what you learned from it in the way that you think is best suited to the question that you're answering.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Amrit. Zoe, what about yourself?
Sorry, I couldn't get off mute there. Yeah, so to answer the first part of the question, I think the main thing for me was that I was able to come into the office for a similar event like this. And I just remember as soon as I walked in the office, I was like, oh, I want to work here. It's really nice. The people are so lovely. And everyone will tell you the same thing, that the culture at KPMG is just amazing. And it's for a big corporate company, it's quite relaxed and in a good way. Like you'll see people here at the office today, like not everyone's in a suit. It's really easy to just catch up with your team and go for a coffee. So that was one of the main things, and also the fact that they've got quite a big group of like global member firms. So a big thing for me is that I've always wanted to work abroad. So I'm hoping that once I finish my apprenticeship, that's what I'll be able to do. And in terms of putting experience down on CV and things like that, I think one thing that's quite good to call out is that, when you do go for these interviews and you apply for these jobs, people know that you are just coming out of school and they don't expect you to have, lines and lines of past work experience and placements and internships and things like that, because they know it's not possible. So just draw on every kind of experience you've had in college possible. Like I think I said, the interviewer asked me like, oh, when have you felt like you've been under pressure? And I just said, well, revising for A levels. It's like one of the most pressurized times I've ever faced. So yeah, I'd say don't worry if you don't feel like you have enough experience, because you'll probably surprise yourself with what you can do with the experience that you just have from A levels.
Thank you. Ben, what about yourself?
So I didn't apply to university. I sort of knew that I wanted to go into finance, didn't know where, investment banking, accountancy. I think KPMG appealed because it's a professional services firm and it's corporate, it's global. We've got the member offices across like ridiculous amounts of countries, I can tell you. But sort of, you've got exposure to the big corporate clients, small businesses. There's sort of not an industry where we don't work. So I think that appealed in terms of getting that exposure and sort of being able to see sort of the services we provide and help them with. So that's why KPMG appealed to me. And then in terms of applications, so at sixth form, I was, my mentality was just get through it. I did the bare minimum in terms of like, volunteering for other things. So I didn't have that much to put. For me, it was part-time work. Sort of I worked part-time since I was 14. So it was highlighting different job roles and how, the skills I've learned, whether it's teamwork or independence and, time management, and just those sort of key core skills that you'll have to use in an apprenticeship or in work, and sort of highlighting like examples of how you've used them. And I guess a good thing is maybe not in a CV, but sort of in interviews, anything that you've gone through that might not be sort of a conventional hardship, whether it's, you've been in and out of hospital, for example, and you've managed to get through your A levels or GCSEs, or it's a personal circumstance where you've gone through a hardship, but you come out the other side and you've got something to show for it. Highlight your strengths and what you've managed.
Brilliant, that's good to hear. And Sam, I suppose you're last on the list, and then I'm going to go and ask you another question as well. So go for it.
Cool. So yeah, I left school last year and I applied for uni, the courses that I wanted to do, but then I also thought I'll apply for apprenticeships, because if I get one that I like, because I saw this one and I really liked the look of it, the data analytics one. I thought it was very interesting for me, so I thought I'd apply for it and see how it goes essentially, and I got it in the end. So I was like, all right, that's definitely what I'm doing. So but then the application process for me, you get asked questions about, tell me a time this happened. And obviously coming from school, you don't have 10 years of experience. They want to see that your willingness to learn, I would say, because you are coming as less experienced, but you're going to learn. So yeah, make sure you can pick out things like when you, I don't know, for example, for myself, like if you led a group in school, led some kind of charity thing, things like that always help as examples to say in interviews.
So think about that. I mean, the question that's come through is about those inspirations and those experiences. What I will say is, in terms of inspiration, I understand why you asked the question, but remember, every reason you have that is your inspiration for applying is absolutely valid. And you've heard from 5 people with 5 different reasons, and those experiences can be all different types of experiences. And listen to what they've said. The companies will know that you don't have a lot of experience, hence you're at an early career stage. So bring out all of these things that everybody has spoken about through their applications, and remember to use it. That's what they're looking for, and that will be reinforced later on as well. And I want, at this moment in time, I want to avoid asking Hannah and Chloe questions, because I want to get more into the apprentices as we've got them in front of us. So I'm going to ask a question, and whoever feels comfortable answering it, can answer it, because I don't want to pick out, but in terms of choosing the apprenticeship over potentially going to university, how has it, somebody's asked, how has it worked out financially? And I don't know if you can answer that, but financially, how has it worked out? Why did you essentially choose apprenticeships over university? Who wants to give an insight?
I'm happy to take that question. Feel free to add in anyone. But for me, it's worked out very well compared to the position that a lot of my friends are in. You obviously get a competitive salary that you don't get at university. And I think, you know, you can say, oh, you get student finance at uni, you get the social life at uni, but you definitely get a very good social life here too. And I think that's one of the big kind of misconceptions about apprenticeships, is that it's all work and like no play, but that's not the case at all. So yeah, financially you are in a lot more better position than your friends at uni. And it's not just that, but you've also got 3 years experience behind you as well. A lot of my friends are applying for jobs coming out of uni now, and even entry level jobs requires like a year or 2 of experience, which is ridiculous in itself. But you know, if you do take the apprenticeship route, you've got that experience underneath your belt as well, which is really good. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, I guess for me, like most of the time, being able to sort of live at home and sort of save up, and even when I lived away from home, I was still able to save money. And whereas if you're at uni, you come out of it with at least like 40 grand worth of debt, whereas I've got somewhat similar in terms of the other way. So yeah, I think in terms of the money you save, if you're thinking about the money side, then apprenticeships definitely, and like with our tuition and our exams, they're all paid for by KPMG, and you get free laptop and phone and stuff. So definitely like perks as well. Yeah.
I've actually got a question for Amrit around this situation as well, because Amrit, you said you moved from Birmingham to London, and a couple of the questions that have come in is like, do you get help finding accommodation? Is it necessary? And I suppose I'd add on top of that as well. You moved from Birmingham to London. Like, I'm going to assume that your salary helps you cover the cost of renting. Then is that right?
Yeah, so I moved from Birmingham to London because the base office for the solicitor apprenticeship is the Canada Square in Canary Wharf office. So I thought it'd be better suited for me to move. And the salary was definitely, I had the money to pay the rent and the bills and the food shop, and I was okay, I was set. And I know that when I think just before I joined, you could get a pre-joiner loan. I believe it was like £500, where they just loaned you the money if you needed to use it for any purposes. But what I would say for the apprenticeship is, because I moved out for a few months and then I'm currently in the process of moving back home, but that wasn't for anything to do with the apprenticeship. It was just because living in central London wasn't for me. And I think, like, with moving and going through the apprenticeship, make sure that you're okay with moving where you are. Maybe take some time to look into the location, because I think one thing that I did find difficult with moving out was that because I was moving out almost independently, I wasn't in halls, so it wasn't as fun as moving out for university, in my opinion, in my experience. But if you want to move out, just definitely think about it before, because it is a bit different to going straight into an accommodation. But you're definitely fully supported to do it, and it was great that you have the choice.
That's good. That's good. So we're starting to see, because I'm looking at the questions that are coming through the chat box, the points that are being covered are covering a lot of the questions that we're asking in terms of the support that you're given. You know, do you get paid? Do your tuition fees get covered? Do your exam fees get covered? So you're seeing all the answers are coming through and covering these questions. We've got one question. I don't know who this is going to go to, but hopefully you guys will know when I ask it. So Eloise has asked, what apprenticeship pathway would be ideal for someone wanting to interact with clients? Who's going to help us out with that one?
I don't mind going. So obviously I'm a 360, so I've been in tax, audit, and deal advisory. But I think if you're on any of the programs, you will have interaction with clients. You're client facing. All our roles are client facing, I believe. I think the KGS apprenticeship or KBS apprenticeship was sort of an internal non-client facing role. I don't know if that's still offered, but I think most areas you'll be client facing. You will have interactions, whether it's sort of sitting in calls, taking meetings, or, you know, as you progress, you'll see, you know, more interaction where you can get involved with conversations. But I mean, that should be happening sort of whatever team you're in, as long as it's a client facing team.
Okay, what else have we got? Okay, what are the most important skills for your role? I'm going to start with Sam.
Yeah, can I just add about client facing for the data analytics apprenticeship? It's not actually as client facing as some of the other. So if you are wanting a client facing role, then it might not be the exact one, because we work a lot with the audit teams, etc. But there is still client facing roles in our teams. But sorry, what was the other question?
What are the let me just get out of the chat box again. It was about the skills in your role. What are the most important skills for your role?
I mean, communication is everything, because you're learning on the job essentially. So you need to communicate how to do things, and any problems you need to make sure you communicate quickly, effectively with your team. And essentially it's all communication, to be honest. I think other skills, you need to be just honest. If you can work well with people in our team, then you'll be absolutely fine. That's what I'd say.
Do any of the others want to add on to that?
I was going to say maybe having quite good attention to detail. There's so many things that I learned when I first started that I thought wouldn't matter, but it would be picked up by my managers and they'd say, no, like that's really important. Like you need to make sure, I don't know, the font size is equivalent to the last page or whatever. But also that, and just having the willingness to learn and to want to be there and to want to work at the firm and learn new things.
Brilliant.
I would also say organisation is really important, because you're managing your full work day. On top of that, you've got your study, whether it be for your degree or what any other type of qualification. I think we've got to be quite on top of when you're doing things and the time that you take to doing things. I think organisation is quite key.
Yeah, I think obviously communication is definitely one of the biggest ones. I think that's definitely, for me, improved a lot since I joined. And then also being quite self-motivated is important, especially in sort of the hybrid world that we're now in, where a lot of the time you're working from home, you need to be able to actually do the work for the 7 hours that you're sat in your own home. It's a lot easier when you're in the office with your people. But yeah, self-motivation is probably one of the biggest things, as well as communication and other things that people have said.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Amrit, is it you that's doing the solicitor apprenticeship? Somebody has asked, after you qualify, is it possible to easily move into different areas of law, example, criminal or family law? Do you know the answer to that?
I would say that in terms of criminal or family and things along those lines, that maybe the KPMG solicitor apprenticeship might not be the most suited, because we're professional services. A lot of the law offerings are definitely more corporate. We do have a private client department, but I think that's one in a big vat of a lot of corporate finance, like financial services regulation, or like a corporate team, which is not necessarily focused on those areas. So I think if you're looking to go into corporate law and have that business type experience, then KPMG would be the one. But if it criminal or family is more your thing, then maybe a traditional law firm would suit you better.
Thank you for that. Okay, and then we've got a couple of general questions. So what are the challenges that you face in your role? Ben, do you want to kick us off? What are the challenges that you face in your role?
I think sort of, coming from a school environment and joining professional work, one of the biggest challenges is managing expectations for me. So sort of, you might be working with 3 different people, 3 different engagements. So setting boundaries and saying, I do have capacity, I don't have capacity, or, I asking questions if you're not sure what you're doing. And just, it's sort of hard to say no to people, but you've also got to be able to do it if you don't have the time to help with stuff, and, setting deadlines and also meeting deadlines when you're given them. And then as well as that, other challenges, there's plenty, balancing exams and work, that's hard. But I think there's probably loads that, hopefully the others will be able to help highlight.
Zoe, what about you? What are challenges? And would you agree with Ben in terms of the juggling those exams and the studying with the work?
Yeah, I think that's probably been the biggest things for me is juggling study with work. But I think as long as you're good at organising your time and you get the revision done, you'll be absolutely fine. I think another big challenge for me was having the confidence to speak to clients. I thought that they'd be like really scary big bankers, but they're not at all. I mean, I've been here 2.5 years now, and I had to lead a client call the other day, and it still was a bit daunting. But it's actually fine, and you get a really good feeling after it as well. You feel like you're actually good at your job, and you gain a lot more confidence through it. So that was one of the more bigger challenges for me. But again, everything's a learning curve, and it's just good to get that experience.
Okay. Got another couple of sort of specific questions, and I would never be able to answer this. But what does auditing involve on a day-to-day basis, and what are the hours like? But what does auditing involve on a day-to-day basis? Who can answer that question?
I can go for that one, or I can try to at least. So essentially, it definitely changes on a day-to-day basis. It's very different, and it depends where you do it. So in London, for example, you might be a client for like 6 months or so, and you'll be at our stage sort of helping out with sort of low-level testing of different areas. So the company sets up a set of accounts, and we go through and essentially just check them. So for example, their payroll figures, we might just do different tests to verify that their payroll figures are correct. So it's a lot of time spent on like Excel, which when I joined, I had no Excel skills, and you sort of learn the job with those sorts of things. And then a lot of time spent on calls with clients and with your team, sort of discussing different things. But then if you're like in a regional office, which I am in, it's sort of every couple of weeks you're changing client because we work on smaller clients. So it definitely changes. And like one day I'll have a whole day full of calls with different clients or different people in the team, whereas other days it'll be like full day on Excel testing different things. So yeah.
I talk about auditing, but if you're doing the data analytics auditing, it's quite different to general auditing like that. So talking about like payroll, for example, that's something I've just done. So Max will look at the payroll and check it, whereas I'll get the raw data sent from the client, the raw payroll data, and I have to then put that in a database and change the data and all of that kind of things, and then get like we talk about Excel. Some of the Excels are quite standard, but some of them are very fancy Excels with pivot tables and all that. So our team will like create the pivot tables and create the fancy Excels for then the auditors to use. And that's the kind of things we do day to day. But it's very varied for me. I can be doing 4 different things at once, and they're completely. But that's what I enjoy about my job. So thank you. Yeah.
And the same question, but about consulting. Who can answer about consulting? What does consulting look like on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, I don't mind taking that one. Yeah, so I've been within 2 different teams in consulting. So I've worked in the infrastructure, government and healthcare consulting team. And I guess to summarize consulting, it's very sort of project management-y, but essentially the client will come to us with a problem about their business, or they just want to make their business better. And essentially what we do is help them to do that. So when I was in government, we basically helped the government department set up the National Shielding Service during COVID. So we had all sorts of work streams. We were designing the project. We were making sure that it was implemented correctly. We were managing conversations between the press office and all sorts. Now I'm in financial crime consulting, so it's more kind of banking related. But essentially the client that we've got now basically missold a product to hundreds of customers, and now they've got to be remediated. So they've basically engaged us to set up that remediation project and make sure that it's all run smoothly from start to end. And there's a lot of things that goes on behind the scenes that you wouldn't think needs like that much help, but it's a lot. But kind of seconding what Max and Sam have said, you never do the same thing every day, which is really good. There's a lot of variety in it, a lot of room to grow and learn, which is really good as well. I think consulting is definitely a lot less numbery is not a word. It's less number related than like audit. So for me, like, I didn't do maths at A level. And in terms of the qualifications, that was absolutely fine for me. I don't think you need to have specific A levels for the AAC qualification at all. But consulting's a lot more like wordy and report based, which personally I prefer. But again, it depends what you like.
Good explanation, and hopefully that answers Eloise, that might answer your question as well about are the apprenticeships heavily maths based, and we can explore that a bit more. But having reading the questions in the chat box, I'm now going to ask a question. I'm going to kind of put a few together again into one, and I want to get experiences again from all of you, because you're all valid and you're all different, and I want to bring this across. When you guys were looking at applying to apprenticeships, KPMG and others maybe, what are the misconceptions that you had back then, that now that you're in the role and that you've gone through the recruitment process and you've gone through the process of the work and you've been with the company, what are those things that you thought were important beforehand that you've now found out were not necessary? I'll give you an example. Like somebody was speaking and saying about Excel. Did you think you had to be a master at Excel before you joined, and then you find out no you don't, because you're going to get supported to learn it? So what are those things that you wish you knew back then, and that now that you've got the chance to say it to students who are in your position, what are those things that you worried about that didn't exist? Sam, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so before I joined, I thought, because we're being the technology team, we do like coding and things like that, and my coding experience was quite limited. So I thought I'd be, having to ask to like read this code or write new codes straight away and be like, oh, I wouldn't have a clue. But it's really not like that, because they know that you're joining as, an apprentice, and yeah, you just learn it as you go along, and then you get to a point where you can do it. And I mean, I'm still learning more as we go along. Other conceptions, I thought it would be, I think as some of us have pointed out, that it might be a bit more, everyone in suits, everyone very formally, but it's really not like that. I mean, like I'm in the office today in one of the booths I thought I'd book, and it's really a lot more relaxed and chilled out than people would think. That's bad. They were my big preconceptions, but they weren't like that.
Perfect, thank you. Amrit, what about you?
I'd say that when I went in, I thought that everyone was going to be really scary and you wouldn't be able to talk to the partners or senior managers, and you just have to stick to communicating with other apprentices or juniors. But I think when you get here, that's completely not the case. Everyone's so accessible.
What did you do?
Yeah, everyone's so accessible, and you can talk to whoever you feel like the question's best suited to. And I think also when I was coming into the apprenticeship, I also had the expectation that they'd give me like the grunt work of getting the coffee and like doing most admin tasks, but you get really stuck in, and they do give you quite a bit of responsibility, but also guidance in what you're doing.
Have you ever had to make the coffee?
No, not yet, actually.
They're treating you well, they're looking after you. Good. Max, what about you?
I guess going into it, there weren't too many. I sort of went into it open mind, I didn't really know what it was when I joined. So there weren't too many conceptions. But I think when I felt it, within the first few weeks, I sort of became aware that I didn't need to know anything really. I had no previous experience of doing what I do, and everyone was there to any questions I had. Literally, like one of the biggest bits of advice, if you ever do get into anything like this, is just to ask as many questions as you can. Even now, 2.5 years later, I still ask the person above me like 100 questions a day, just because like still learning. So yeah, I think probably expecting or thinking I had to know more than I did, and then realizing that I didn't need to know anything, and everything gets taught to you very well. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Zoe, what about yourself?
Yeah, just kind of backing up what Max said, there's only so much preparation you can do for these things. A lot of the learning is all on the job experience. I I think everything that I've learned has been from pure hands-on experience. I didn't really know much coming in. And I guess the other thing was, obviously I was expecting it to be, you know, longer hours every day, more than 9 till 5, which sometimes it is. And, you know, going into an apprenticeship, you have to have that expectation because it is different to university. But at the same time, like, I've made so many friends here, and like some of my friends that I'll have continuing in my adult years will be from the apprenticeship. Like Hannah said, you know, there's 250 apprentices in your cohort, so there's easily many opportunities to make friends. Myself, Max, and another apprentice actually all lived together last year. So there's that opportunity as well. We go out for drinks quite a lot. There's always socials, and I didn't think it would be, you know, like that high level when I first joined. So that was definitely like a misconception that I had. But yeah.
And what about yourself?
So sort of, yeah, same with Amrit. I've had friends that have sort of gone, oh, you're just sort of like a coffee boy, and I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't expect to be delivering coffees. Believe it or not, I have. Myself and the manager have delivered coffees to the sort of CEO and the partner in a meeting room. When I got a Teams message saying, I'm bored, bring us coffee. So that's not a regular occurrence. But it was quite fun, to be honest. I think sort of some of the things I expected, I guess when you think of accountancy, my sort of preconception before coming into KPMG was, you know, a high street accountant where sort of maybe a tradesperson comes in, or a small local business will come in and go, file my tax returns, you know, help me with my tax returns kind of thing. And I think people still generally go, isn't, you know, accountancy really boring? But, you know, when you look at it from the professional services side of things, you know, we do consulting, we do deal advisory, we do M&A, we do tax, we do audit. You know, there's a huge, vast amount of services that we actually offer. It's so much more than sort of, you know, just paperwork and numbers. So I think that shocked me. And then I guess also how we were treated. You know, I expected to be the lowest seniority, but you know, we're treated like grads. I think, like, we're given the same responsibilities, and you know, supported just as much.
Interesting you said that as well, that you the way you're treated, and I think it's important for students to think about that as well, because, you know, a grad will have spent so many years at university and then come in with their degree, and you know, the guys here are talking about how they're treated, and they come out of school and go straight into the job, don't have the degree, but they're treated with that respect. The other thing I will say is that is a popular misconception about apprentices, that all they do is make the coffee. Trust me, I used to work for the world's largest coffee chain, and we did not pay people to make coffee that much money. And if that is all you're going to be doing, you're a very well paid coffee person. But it's not that at all. And you're hearing these experiences that you are a member of the team. You've got to remember that when you apply for apprenticeship, the 5 that you have in front of you, they have a job. That is a headcount within that company, and they have a role to do. And you're hearing the roles that they do and what they do and how much they're valued. So think about these things. Okay, there's a question for the females. Pavan has asked, for the females, do you feel that it's a male-dominated work environment?
Not at all for me. I personally haven't experienced any sort of gender discrimination, anything like that. The team I'm actually in now, it's all females apart from one male who's amazing. But yeah, it's all girls. They're really high seniority as well. They've done really well with their careers, and they're, you know, directors, senior managers, all below the age of 30, which is very impressive. But for me, I've had a really positive experience, and I wouldn't say I've experienced anything like that before.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can definitely vouch for that. The teams are definitely really diverse. There's loads of, I don't ever feel like I'm getting like any type of discrimination from anyone based on gender or anything else. And there's so many women in such senior roles, and it's really great to like look up to as well.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. Remember, Hannah at the beginning of the presentation this morning showed those awards and those awards that KPMG has won and achieved, and the things that they do and the schemes that they have in place. And this all counts towards making a diverse workforce. And you're hearing it here. Got another couple of good questions, and some of them I'm going to probably bring Hannah back in a minute or two to answer some of them. But somebody's asked, specific A levels required for technology. For example, if you're doing like the software engineering apprenticeship or things like that, technology-based ones, are there specific A levels that you have to have? Sam, I can see you unmuted.
Yeah, so it's not the software engineering one, but it's similar. There wasn't they asked for 3 A levels, 1 being a STEM subject. That was the only requirements for mine.
Brilliant. Okay, and I'm going to ask a question to all of you, and I'll start with Ben, because Ben, you said you didn't apply to university, but you applied for apprenticeships. Can I ask bluntly, how many did you apply for?
4, I think.
Okay, and you didn't apply for university at all. That was never your
No.
consideration, right? You were focused.
I had a panic mode when I hadn't had any offers come clearing day. I got my results and went, what do I do? And went to start phoning up universities and went, no. I'm not going to do this. It's not the path I wanted. There's a reason why I didn't choose it. And then that's when sort of, within a week or something, I heard back from KPMG. So
thank you for that. Zoe, what about you?
I applied for 2, so this one and IBM, and EY, sorry, so 3. And I did apply for uni, and I also kept it as like an insurance offer. Like I deferred it for a year, which I don't know if you're supposed to do that, but I did. I deferred my place just in case, this didn't work out. But within like 3 months of being here, I definitely had no interest in going to uni. But I think there's definitely no harm in applying for both if you're not sure what to do.
Hopefully you all caught that. So what Zoe said, because I will always back that up and say, if you're unsure, there is no harm in applying to university and to apprenticeships, and there is no harm once you get your grades and you're like, okay, I've got accepted into university, but let me try the apprenticeship and let me defer my university for a year. That's an absolutely fantastic insurance plan, and lots of people do that, and it's one of the things that I would always recommend if that's what you do. But if you're also like Ben and you're convinced you want to go to apprenticeships because there's a whole reason why you don't want universities and it's not for you, then you stick your course and you apply your focus on that. So think of there are different experiences for different people. You need to find what works for you. But what about you, Max? How many did you apply to?
I applied for like 5 or 6 in the end. I got to various stages in each one, but I think KPMG was one of the first ones to come through. So I thought sort of after that, sort of stopped applying. But I think if you compare, I think again, I deferred to uni. But then lots of my friends are coming out of university this year. And if you compare like Zoe, Ben, me, like less than 10, whereas my friends come out of uni applying for upwards of 10, 20, however many, and like either not hearing back or like having to go through many stages. So like the apprenticeship route's probably still easier, even though it can be quite difficult. So yeah, but yeah, again, I deferred uni, and then after a few months I was like, I don't want to go, can't. I didn't want to not get paid for the next 3 years of my life. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Also, that's a really valid point. One thing that I talk about as well is when you look at the research that's been done by the ISC, which is the Institute of Student Employers. So they work with different organizations that employ students, whether that be through a apprenticeship or through a graduate role. The current studies show when you're looking at applying to an apprenticeship and it's competitive, but you may be looking at it in terms of university, getting into university is less competitive. Well, yeah, because there's a hell of a lot more places at university than there are those jobs at apprenticeship level. Where you need to do the comparison, you look at your apprenticeship applications, but then you need to look at graduate role applications. So currently, at this moment in time, for every 1 graduate role available in England, there's about 90 people applying to 1 graduate role. So 90 graduates applying for 1 graduate role. When you look at apprenticeships, across England, for every 1 apprenticeship role, there's about 34, 35 people applying for 1 apprenticeship role. So there's a lot less competition there than there is once you get to graduate stage. And that's what you need to be comparing. Okay, so think of it in that way. Sam, I'm going to ask you, how many apprenticeships did you apply to? And did you do university applications as well?
Yeah, so 3 apprenticeships I applied for, KPMG, PwC, and one of the another place, which I actually can't remember, but this was the only one I really wanted to do. And then I applied for uni. I actually have my place deferred. That's meant to be starting this September, and I need to tell them I'm not going because I'm definitely not going.
Brilliant. Okay, that's good. So we've started to see a lot of different experiences, different motivations, but similar experience in terms of experience that respect and that confidence building, and the being given the skills and the support to be able to grow and move. Some people have applied to university as well as apprenticeships, deferred their years. Some have just focused on the apprenticeships. And it's about you guys finding what's right for you. You need to think about what's right for me and what am I going to do best. And obviously the financial side of it is a consideration for some students as well. So think about that too. And look at the experience you get through the apprenticeships, okay? I know Amrit has had to leave the Q&A, which is absolutely fine. She obviously has more work to do than the other apprentices, I'm guessing. But there are a couple of questions, and Hannah, I think you might need to come back in for some of these questions. So one of them is around, can you apply for multiple apprenticeships at KPMG? And if any of you guys know that before Hannah does, jump in and go for it. Can you apply for multiple apprenticeships at KPMG?
I can see Ben kind of shaking his head, but no, you can't. You can only apply to one programme. So I think obviously that stems back to what we were talking about earlier, and kind of career motivation being kind of really one of the key strengths that we look for. We do completely appreciate that kind of when you're leaving school, you might not necessarily know exactly which route you want to take. However, you've probably got some key skills that you know you want to utilise and some areas of interest already. So I would just really advise really looking through the kind of job descriptions really clearly, looking at kind of what key skills are required. Like Zoe mentioned, audit might be quite numerical, whereas consulting isn't as much. So just thinking about where kind of your skills sit really. But no, unfortunately, we can't accept multiple applications, so you would need to pick.
Hey guys, hello.
Hi, Tumise. Perfect. Okay, let's have a look at some of the other questions that we've got for you as well, Hannah. When we look at applications for KPMG, let's have a look. There are no, take us through quickly in terms of grade requirements and specific A levels that are needed if there are for certain programs. Obviously, Sam spoke about the technology side, but what about the other ones?
Yeah, so it is really only our tech programs that we do specify that you need certain A levels for. So like Sam mentioned, for the data analytics programs and for software engineering, you would need to achieve BBB. And for the data analytics program, one of those subjects would need to be STEM. And for the software engineering program, you would need to either have computer science or maths as one of those. We do also accept BTECs as well. But obviously we can review that when it comes to reviewing your application form if you do submit an application. All of the other programs are relatively similar. It's probably around 112 UCAS points that we look for in regards to the other programs. And for the majority of our programs, we do look for you to have a B in maths as well as having kind of 5 other GCSEs grades. I know their numbers now, so the equivalent to kind of C to A really. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's in terms of obviously those degree-led programs, we do have to work with the universities on their requirements as well. But yeah, like I mentioned, for the other programs, we don't specify specific A levels at all. So it's more just based around those entry requirements. And I would really advise that you read those really thoroughly before making your application as well.
Brilliant. Now, that will answer a lot of the questions that we've had about grade requirements, certain specifications. And remember that there's a lot of information on the KPMG website as well. And when we talk about A levels, it is A level equivalence too. There's one question that asks, when you apply for a degree apprenticeship, does that count as one of your 5 UCAS options? The answer is no, because they're 2 separate processes. You can apply to 1 apprenticeship, 10, 20, 30, you choose, as long as you're focused and they're the ones you want. Now, I've got one last question for all of the panel before they have to go back to do some work, and it's quite an interesting question. Sam, I'm going to start with you. Do you think that doing an apprenticeship will help you move up in your career, or are you stuck on one level?
Well, when you think about it, being an apprentice, especially for our team, there's no actually quicker way to progress so young. So my course is only 4 years, and after 4 years, if you pass everything, you qualify as the assistant manager, and there's no other, and so you'd only be 22 if you join straight from school. There's no other way of progressing to that as quick. So and once you've qualified, there's no way that it doesn't being an apprentice, because you move on from being an apprentice, so that does not, you know, you're treated no different to if any other assistant manager, however they have come to their role. So no, it definitely doesn't disadvantage you. If anything, it advantages you.
Thank you for that, Sam. Max, what about your opinion?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think for the audit program, at least, it's 5 years. So it's 2 years of level 4 and level 3 AAT, and then you move on to the chartered accounting qualifications. Whereas if I went to university, then it'd be 3 years, followed by coming to KPMG to do the same qualification, it'd be another 3 years. So it'd essentially be 6 years. So plus I'd have an extra 3 years of experience working at KPMG. So basically after my 5 years, I'll be assistant manager, and then hopefully quite quickly go on to manager level. Because even at the moment, even 2.5 years in, I'm doing things that an assistant manager would be doing. So people come from university and they're a couple of years older than me, and I'm sort of in charge of them, which is, I guess, quite cool. So definitely, yeah, I'd say it definitely boosts you. And obviously, like say you've got 3 years work experience at a firm like KPMG, then it's definitely gonna boost your CV. And once you get to a chartered accounting level, I'd say that's your degree or apprenticeship sort of doesn't matter at that point, because chartered accounting is better than a degree anyway. So
I like it. Zoe, what about you?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't hinder you starting as an apprentice. Like Max said, you get the experience. If you're not faster than the grads, you're just on the same level as them. And I think just want to highlight that at this firm, there's so much support around you, and you can get promoted. Once you're qualified, you can get promoted, within 6 months of becoming a manager or assistant manager. I was going to say something else, but it's completely left my mind. That's just a second what Max said. Sorry, I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. But yeah, it definitely, there's no sort of, stuck at one level. Every year you go up, you change like grade level. So yeah, there's always room to progress.
Brilliant. And then Ben, lastly, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I mean, even as an apprentice, there's sort of, start as an E grade. There's sub bandings within E, D. So you'll be E0, E1. So you'll see progression throughout your apprenticeship in sort of where you are, which entails pay rises, and so there's progression within the apprenticeship. But then obviously, assuming you pass your exams and you sort of complete the apprenticeship side of things, you get that automatic progression to an assistant manager. But the way I sort of look at it is, if I started at 18, let's assume one of my friends goes to uni, applies to KPMG for a grad scheme. He's joining his first year when I've been at KPMG sort of 3 years. So I've got 3 years experience on them. So I definitely think even though we've started younger, we've got more experience on them. Not that makes us any better, but we generally have a better knowledge of the business and how processes work, and navigating through applications and software. So for me, it's definitely a good progression.
I think, and look, you again, I'll say you've heard from a panel of people who are apprentices who were in your position potentially a year or two ago and have made their choices and done different things, and you're hearing from them about how they're treated, the opportunities that they have, what they are achieving, what they can go on and achieve, and how they got there. And hopefully it's opening your mind and showing you that this is possible for you as well, and that pathway is there. The questions have been answered phenomenally well, and it's really nice to see people like yourselves coming back to share that information and your experiences, and to help that other generation that's going to come through and follow in your footsteps. I think that's really important. So thank you very much for coming along for that, guys. Really, really, really appreciate it. Good luck with all of your futures. Hopefully I'm going to see you on more taster days or other events that we do with KPMG, but thank you for coming along today.
Thank you. I was just going to say, if you want to add any of us on LinkedIn, please feel free to do so. If you've got any more questions, anyone's more than happy to help. So please do that if you want to.
There you go. Fantastic. Thank you for that. And then Hannah, I'm going to finish with you with the last question before we move on to the next one. Somebody has asked, can you join with a GCSE grade to KPMG? Do you do apprenticeships at a level where you can join after GCSE?
We do, yeah. So as Ben mentioned earlier, we've got the KBS, which is the Business Services Apprenticeship Programme, which you can join after GCSE. So we've got that, and we've actually now got a consulting managed services programme as well that's also a similar level to that programme. So there's two programme options there.
Fantastic. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much for that Q&A session. Thank you to all of you for coming along and sharing your experiences. And thank you for asking all of those questions, keeping me on my toes as well. We're going to move on now, aren't we, to the next session, which is networking skills, I believe, Hannah. And I'm sure you're going to be sharing your screen, right?
I will be, yeah. So again, thanks so much, guys, for logging on to do the Q&A. Please feel free to jump off. But thanks so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Cheers.
Bye, Anna. Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Bye. Yes.
Perfect. So I hope you guys really got some really good kind of bites of knowledge from that Q&A session. Obviously, like Zoe mentioned, if you do want to add any of them on LinkedIn, please do, and that links quite nicely into the next session that we're going to be doing on networking as well. But any kind of more recruitment focused questions about our process or applying to us, please do email apprenticeships@kpmg.co.uk as well. So me, Chloe and Becky, we all kind of dip in and out that inbox. So we're more than happy to kind of pick up any questions that you might have from there as well. But yeah, like I said, so I will share my screen with you to go through the next part of the session today. Can you see that okay, Max?
Yeah, you can.
Perfect. So for this part of the session, we are going to go through networking. So obviously being in kind of having experienced COVID, there has been a dip, I suppose, in being able to network face to face. So as you guys are experiencing, there's a lot more kind of online events such as today. So it's kind of going to be a bit of a mixture about how you can network kind of virtually, but also face to face as well. So the aims of this session are very much to kind of help you understand what networking is and why it's important, to raise awareness of different ways to network, and finally to learn how to kind of really introduce yourself at an event and have that prepared for when you need it. So what is networking? Does anybody want to pop any thoughts into the chat around what you feel kind of networking is or what it means? Cool, I can see a couple of bits coming through. So connecting with other people, definitely. Again, connecting, interacting and communicating, relationships, connecting with others in a relevant field. Yeah, definitely. They are all really good examples. So interacting with others and businesses, various people, building contacts. Yeah, you guys have got some really good thoughts. So that's amazing. So in terms of kind of networking from kind of our perspective, we kind of have put it that simply put, networking kind of means building professional relationships, which can help you to achieve your goals and open doors to new opportunities. So it's not all about kind of handing out business cards in terms of that's quite an old-fashioned view of networking, but networking can take many different forms, from chatting with employers like you guys are doing today, attending various different careers events, reaching out to somebody on LinkedIn, and inquiring about different opportunities on there as well. And good networking is really about kind of investing your time into building strong and lasting relationships. So sometimes a smaller network of strong contacts is better than a large network. So think quality over quantity when it comes to that as well. So why network? So these are kind of the main things that we're kind of saying around why we feel like it's important. So whether you're kind of in a new role or just starting out, networking can really be able to provide you with valuable information at every stage of your career. And it can really kind of help you develop your knowledge and skills as well, such as self-confidence and also those all-important communication skills that our apprentices mentioned quite a lot in that session. Simply put, networking gets your name out there And it's really about kind of building a positive reputation in the kind of industry that you'd like to go into, but also being able to network with the right people in order for them to really recognise your potential and understand how you might be able to kind of fit within their business. It's all about kind of making a good first impression and really kind of being able to maintain those positive relationships as well. So really just ensuring that you're kind of remembered by those people that you've had those conversations with. Networking can also give you access to information which may not be as easily accessible elsewhere. So it allows you to really share and develop ideas, and also discuss common areas of interest as well. So it may be that you want to learn about particular roles or particular industries. And like I said, you've just done a great networking session there with our apprentices. So hopefully that's really kind of helped you understand more about the companies we work with, kind of the day-to-day roles they have, and also what kind of it takes to really do kind of a graduate or an apprenticeship program with us as well. Fundamentally, networking is all about building and creating really strong connections. So we do understand that the kind of idea of networking might be quite daunting, and kind of what worries have you guys kind of had potentially about networking before? Again, if anybody wants to put anything in the chat, if you've ever had kind of any experiences of that, or what maybe kind of can make you feel a bit nervous around networking and what that process looks like. Anybody had any experiences already with that?
Networking is one of the things that I found most difficult.
Yeah, so there's so many good points coming through. Where do you even start? That you won't seem as kind of in a higher position as somebody else. And yeah, definitely, I think it can be quite daunting. Yeah, and like someone says, just actually having to speak to strangers and feeling like you won't be taken seriously in that situation. So they're all really good points. And that's why obviously companies like Pathway do exist to really enable you guys to have those conversations with employers, and really kind of so you're aware of what various different employers can offer as well. So to go through then just some kind of misconceptions. Networking is about being fake and collecting as many business cards as possible. So I must admit, if someone first said to me networking when I was kind of younger or at uni, I think, oh God, that's going to be me being put in a room with people I don't know and having to make conversation. But actually, it's really just from going to various different networking events. It really is just about establishing relationships with different people. So it may be that we have kind of various different events that we go to where we speak to other employers, for instance. So it's actually about kind of collaboration and hearing people's ideas. So it's not all about kind of having to kind of just speak to people that haven't got anything in common with you. You have to be an extrovert to be a good networker. Again, so a lot of points have just been coming in the chat around that you may feel awkward or quite shy in those situations. And again, in reality, anybody can network. We will talk you through some kind of different networking styles and kind of different ways to network as well. But you guys have already made like such a good first step by even being on this session today. Networking is about talking to strangers. Again, somebody literally just put that in the chat. So you've obviously thinking on the same kind of wavelengths as us. But it's definitely just about developing those relationships. And obviously when you do first meet someone, they are a stranger. But if you go on to kind of develop that relationship with them, follow them on LinkedIn, they'll obviously become someone that you're a bit more familiar with. I'm too busy to network. So actually networking can be a good time saver, because if you know people with the knowledge that you need and they've kind of got those resources to hand, then it will definitely save you kind of time in the long run. And lastly, I know plenty of people already, which is perfectly fair. And a lot of us have already got our close network already, but you might kind of know lots of people, but it's kind of what though you're getting back from those relationships, and how they can really kind of share different ideas with you, and become kind of better within that kind of social circle as well. So they're kind of some of the misconceptions that we wanted to talk through. In terms of kind of growing your network then, these are some of our top tips. So definitely do use your existing connections. So consider people that you know already, such as family and friends, teachers as well, as they can really help you to build your network and put you in touch with relevant people. Get yourself out there. So it sounds really obvious, but the best ways to extend your network is to meet people. Obviously face-to-face ideally, however, events like this are also great to kind of start to build those relationships, but also just attending local events, maybe joining clubs, volunteering, just really making the effort to introduce yourself and strike up a conversation where you can, because you never know when that might lead to various different work experience opportunities in the future as well. Go social. So if you found out about someone who does a job you like to do, try and find ways to contact them. Obviously, LinkedIn is a really good platform for this, and is a really good way for you to comment on various different articles, follow businesses, and establish connections there as well. Using the right etiquette, so be really clear about the kind of response that you want. What are you looking for? Are you looking for advice? Do you want some more information? Do you know you want to apply and you just want to know about a bit more about the process? Just be really kind of clear and concise with the information that you want. Be honest as well. So it's really important that kind of various different relationships are built on trust, and the same is true with networking. So really kind of just try and maintain those relationships again where you can. So you always have that person to turn to if you need it. And remember that networking is very much a two-way street. So it's something that you feel like you can get out of, and maybe your contact can get something out of that as well. So it may be even that you start a conversation based on shared interests and opinions, and then kind of the relationship will develop from there. So as we said, being proactive can be really important. So I suppose setting yourself weekly goals is one of the ways that we kind of see that you can make some kind of new contacts, and how many new contacts you'd like to make. Again, not at all putting pressure on you to kind of go out there and connect with tons of people on LinkedIn for no reason. Again, like I said, we do want them to be really kind of valuable relationships and networks that you're building. So do take some time to think about that. Don't be afraid to reach out to existing networks and tell them you're kind of looking for a role, or if they have any connections that they feel like they can put you in contact with. Creating a LinkedIn profile is a really good start. If you haven't done that already, I would really encourage you to do that. It's not only good for building relationships with people, but you can also follow companies on LinkedIn as well. So that's normally a really good way of getting kind of an indication of a company's culture by what they post on LinkedIn. And you can get a lot of kind of bite-sized bits of news on there as well. So if you're kind of going to an assessment centre or anything like that, a LinkedIn page is a really good place to start for kind of that type of information. Treat it as a job hunt. So I suppose we kind of see it as devoting kind of a number of hours each week to perfecting your CV, building and maintaining your networks, and researching different events that you can be involved in as well. Moving on then to making an introduction. So again, it's all around getting that initial introduction right, I suppose. So for us, it's really making your kind of goal clear. What are your intentions, and how you're going to establish that relationship. But also by introducing yourself and your interests as clearly as possible, that will really increase your chance of making a connection and enhancing your knowledge and understanding as well. So that might be kind of things like you go to a careers fair, for example. When you're speaking to an employer, again, it's very much a two-way conversation. So please introduce yourself, kind of ask questions that you've found out about that company or what you'd like to know, as it's always kind of a really good starting point for an employer to know exactly what information you'd like them to share with you. Preparing your introduction as well. So we would say it's really good to have a rough introduction before attending a careers fair or networking event, whether it might be virtually or in person. That way you already know how to begin the conversation, find out what you'd like to know, and leave a lasting positive impression. And we're now going to talk through how you can put together an introduction which you can use at networking events as well. So preparing your introduction then. So we would say these are kind of the 6 key steps in terms of preparing your introduction, or kind of what you want to get out of a conversation. So very much, like I've mentioned, identifying your goal. What is it that you want to know? Do you want to know about the company culture? Do you want to know about the skills that you need? Do you want to know what a day in the life looks like? Do you want to know all of those things? Really just understanding what it is, why you're there. So your current situation, so just putting forward, are you currently still at school? What year are you in? What A levels are you doing? What skills have you got already? So your USP, so what you feel maybe slightly different about you or unique about yourself that you can put forward. Maybe you've got kind of different sports that you like to be involved in, various different volunteering opportunities that you've done. Again, have a think about that. And also just important to engage with a question as well. So you're finding out again about that person that you're speaking to. And then it's important to pull all that together, let them know kind of why you're there, and let the conversation flow from there. And to summarize, so remember how you say it is just as important as what you say. We aren't saying that we want you to come across really unnatural when thinking about these introductions, but it's actually so you just feel a lot more confident when you're in those types of situations. Like we said, so do practice that in terms of maybe practice it with your teachers or your friends in terms of making that feel a bit more natural. And obviously you can always develop your introduction as well as you change, obviously, and what you say. It's fine to vary your introduction as well, because again, like we said, we don't want it to sound too polished. So it may change over time when you're kind of looking for different information. So please don't feel like you need to stick to the same introduction at every event you go to. It's just a really good starting point to have. So this is what we've just put together as kind of a really brief idea of what you can maybe use as an introduction. So this one is obviously based around someone that's currently at university. However, you can obviously very much tailor this to kind of being within a school environment, school or college as well. So it's just beginning with what you're currently studying. So obviously you guys could speak about your A levels or any kind of interest you've got there. Then speaking about any interests that you've got outside of that, and then ultimately what your kind of aim and what you're looking to get out of that conversation is. So this is just something, like I said, we've pulled together that kind of includes all of those real key points that we feel like is a really good way of making an introduction. So we're not going to give you some time to do this afternoon, but it's definitely something to take away from today. So do just have a think about how you feel you come across when you're at networking events, and just taking some time to really think about your introduction and how you might tailor that to fit what you're looking for as well.
Anna, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I just add a couple of things, because when we looked at the chat box earlier and those things that people put in about networking and stuff.
Yeah.
One thing I want to say, like, networking is something I've always found really difficult. I know this surprises people because they think I'm really extroverted and open and bubbly because of the way I do sessions, but I am actually quite nervous and I struggle with this a lot. But now I'm older, so I am old. I'm 40. And I've been through a lot of this, and a lot of these things that the students are saying, like talking with older strangers can be difficult, or you might be ignored by people that you try to connect with because you'll be seen as less experienced. What I want to say to all of you students is actually that's not true at all. I used to feel like that, but now that I'm at a different stage and I've worked with a lot of people who were above me at higher stages, what you soon realize is that you are the future of any industry, business, whatever it may be. And actually, once we reach this stage, and I've reached the stage now and where I'm at, I always look to younger people and try and give them help. And this is why I do things like this, and all of the sessions that I do is to give experience and to give you encouragement, because you are the future. And the only way that you're going to learn that is by connecting with people like me and my peers and others that will help you. So don't ever approach it and think that we don't want to spend our time with you because you're not as experienced as us. Actually, it's totally the opposite. You are the people that we want to spend time with, because you are going to be more beneficial to society and to the future of any business than my peers already are that have that experience. And when I go to networking events now, or I do them online and I use my LinkedIn, it is massively around that. So never ever use that or feel that that's an excuse that you'll look up at people and think they're older than me, they're more experienced, I'm not interesting to them. Actually, you are. And all of this stuff that you're being taught now by KPMG, use that when you go to connect with people on LinkedIn as well. Think about how you approach them, make an introduction, because you can do it without having to see them face to face, which is a lot easier. And I would recommend it as you go forward. You were invited to connect on LinkedIn with those panelists from earlier. Use it, but always make an introduction as to why you're wanting to link with them. And you have the advantage, you don't have to do it face to face in front of them. You can think about what you're writing. So just think about those things. And that's what I wanted to add to remove some of those fears. Thank you for that time, Hannah.
No worries at all. Thanks, Max. So I'm going to hand over to Chloe to deliver the last session this afternoon.
Thank you. So to start with, we're going to do a session on commercial awareness. So the first thing we're going to do is just start with a video. So it's a bit of a challenge. So we want to see how many of you can correctly count how many times the players wearing white passed the ball. Can you just pause the video, Hannah? Oh. So yeah, the question was going to be, how many times did you think they passed the ball? Which I can see a lot of you put in the correct answer in, which was 16. I'm not sure if you saw that or not. But was there anything else that you spotted? Did any of you spot like the gorilla? Okay, I can see, yeah, a few of you spotted that as well. Was there anything else you spotted at all? Yeah, one of the players left. Curtain change colour. Okay, yeah. So you've got lots of great answers. So just to give you some context about this, there was a experiment done previously called the Invisible Gorilla Experiment. So participants were told they'd be shown a video of people in black shirts and white shirts passing around balls. But in the middle of the video, a person in a gorilla suit would appear for a brief moment. In this initial experiment, about 50% of the participants failed to see that gorilla. And as this test has become well known, a second experiment was created to see if those that knew to look for a gorilla failed to spot the curtain colour or the player leaving the video. So the experiment illustrates the power of our reticular activating system, which is also known as RAS. So this cluster of cells in our brain is a filter on the world. It enables us to focus and concentrate on what we see as important. So most people in the experiment correctly counted the number of passes whilst filtering out other things. So relating this to commercial awareness, we can see that the experiment links to how we achieve competitive advantage. So this is a key attribute allowing an organisation to overperform its competitors. So if we don't tune into our RAS in the correct way, we'll miss the indicators, the clues and signs that competitors may recognise as the beginnings of major threats and opportunities. So it's very important at KPMG we remain receptive to the bigger picture and how it could impact our clients. So to apply this to something that might be a bit more relevant, you can apply it to when looking at apprenticeships or other job opportunities, looking at the career motivation strength. So when applying to one of our programs, a lot of people always draw on the fact that we're one of the big four offering a professional qualification, However, they don't always think much about information outside of the programme offering. So you could think about what work we're involved in, or what's happening to that business area that you've applied to, what impact does it have on society, the economy, how do our values align with the way of working. Sometimes we see applicants just looking at the programme, whereas if we tune into that RAS, then we think of the bigger picture of the reality of working at KPMG. So just to make it clear, there isn't a right or wrong answer for this, but a skill that you'll continue to work on and which will evolve as well during your career. So if we move on to the next slide, the aims of this session are to help you understand what commercial awareness means, to begin to see the importance of expressing and building opinions from multiple information sources, and also to learn how to interpret complex information, analysing global news and its impact on KPMG business areas. So moving on, what is commercial awareness? So commercial awareness is understanding what makes a business or organisation successful in the marketplace, building awareness of the business opportunities and issues, ability to express your opinion on these, and lastly, in practice, you'll have the ability to talk to clients about the issues that impact the industry and the effect of these on their business or organisation. So now we're going to do a little test. So in 2020, what car company was named as the most valuable, do you think? Feel free to put answers in the chat. Okay, I can see a lot of Tesla, Volkswagen, a lot more Tesla, Mercedes. Okay, a few different ones, but I can see the most common one is definitely Tesla. So the answer is actually Tesla. A lot of you were correct. So they've overtaken Toyota to become the world's most valuable car company, investing heavily in its battery manufacturing. And also during the lockdown, Tesla was still able to sell their cars through the virtual infrastructure set up on their website, whilst other car manufacturers had to close their physical showrooms and didn't have that virtual structure set up yet. So we're going to do another example. So who did Forbes name the youngest ever self-made billionaire in 2019, a statement they then retracted a year later? Okay, I can see a few answers coming through of Kylie Jenner. Okay, a lot of answers of Kylie Jenner. Okay, yeah, I can literally see all the same answers, which is correct. The answer is Kylie Jenner. So a bit of context to that, if you aren't sure, she sold half of her cosmetics company to Coty, who owns brands such as like GHD and Max Factor, when one of the greatest celebrity cash outs of all time. There were accusations that the deal's fine print, it revealed that she'd been inflating the size and success of her business for years. So not sure who is to blame for that oversight. So it's estimated to actually be worth around 900 million. So Coty's share price has fallen more than 60% since the deal was struck, which could have definitely been impacted by that story. So the importance before acquiring a business is it's really important to know as much as possible before making any agreements. Then we have one last example. So as of the week ending 14th of March 2020, which item had the highest spike in sales? See a lot of toilet rolls coming through. Oil, sanitizer, a lot more toilet paper still coming through, masks. Okay, so there's lots of different things. Majority of people saying toilet paper. So the answer is actually personal wash items, which went up by 168.4%. So the reason for this was due to fears over the possibility of self-isolation in light of COVID-19. So these questions really do highlight that commercial news is constantly present in our daily lives and is something which is constantly changing. So moving on to why is commercial awareness important? It widens your knowledge of industries to enable you to provide value to clients. It is linked to the KPMG strength critical thinker, which is assessed throughout our recruitment process. It enables you to become more valuable to your team and clients. It provides insight into client issues and allows you to identify solutions. And it also enables you to form opinions. So just to follow on from these points, it's also vital that our people, so employees at KPMG, are genuinely passionate about the commercial world. So everyone here needs to understand the external marketplace and the issues our client face. So regardless of what program you may join, you'll be given that autonomy to make decisions. So we need to be sure that you have the ability to critically evaluate and interpret information and use this to solve problems and create solutions. So this will be assessed during our recruitment process against that critical thinker strength. So we're looking for people who are comfortable analysing and interpreting complex information, and also being able to see problems from a variety of lenses and identify those solutions. So remember, at the start of the session, if we don't tune into our reticular activating system in the correct way, then we will miss the indicators, clues and signs that competitors may recognise. So it's really important to think back to that as well. We're now going to have a look at sources of knowledge. So we've spoken about what commercial awareness is and the importance of it, but what information or sources would you use to help you build your knowledge? So examples include work experience and employer events like this one today, watching or listening to the news, professional bodies, public industry publications, mobile apps, the internet, such as like news pages, company websites, social media, and also newspapers. So every day we're exposed to a number of commercial activities. It's always happening. There is no defined list of what commercial news people should use. It's up to you to really pick and choose. However, if you're applying for jobs, it is really important to keep up to date with news surrounding that organisation, their industry, and what makes them or what gives them their competitive advantage as well. So moving on, this is another bit of a challenge for you. So if you can all just have a think about what impact COVID-19 has had on the British economy. So think about what the issues, what impact did these issues have? Are there solutions available? And if there are solutions, are there any challenges with them? So have a little think, and then either, again, feel free to come off mute, or if you'd rather put your ideas in the chat box. So think about what impact did COVID have, like what issues did that bring, and then think about that impact and if there are any solutions as well. So I can see high inflation rates. Yeah, that's definitely one issue. Higher unemployment, recession. High demand for goods with unmatchable supply chain issues, rise in energy bills. Is there any other ideas that you have? Mental health problems, yeah. Government expenditure like the furlough schemes, yeah. Wealth inequality. Okay, so there's lots of different issues and impact that COVID-19 has had. Are there any solutions for any of these that you've mentioned? Okay, so I can see like the furlough scheme being like a solution to unemployment, which is right. Increased taxes, cutting down spending, yeah. So any other solutions? And if you're identifying solutions, do you think is there any issues with them themselves as well? Discount key workers. Okay, so there's lots of different things and some great examples that you've all come up with in that chat box, which I can still see they're still coming through, which is great. So yeah, lots of ideas. It's really important to think about it really, because you can learn about like commercial awareness, but really putting it into practice with something like COVID in these times is really good to see how it all actually works. So we're now going to move on to some reflections, just to reflect on the commercial awareness bits that we've learned about, and some things for you to take forward. So have a think about, can you see how businesses could be developed further? Do you read about various organisations, and can you offer ideas about how they could develop their activities, improve their results, and look at different solutions? Do you keep up to date with the business news by reading the news or watching or listening to the media? How will you incorporate these things going forward? And have you been exposed to any experiences where you gained real insight into the factors affecting a business? So we appreciate a lot has been discussed during the session, and really hope this has helped you understand a bit more about commercial awareness and what the importance of it is. As like we said, this is something that we will assess during our application process if you are interested in any of our programs. So think about that critical thinker strength, and if you do come to join KPMG, you'll need to understand the issues that our clients are facing as well. So then, just to summarise quickly what we've covered. So the importance of being able to demonstrate commercial awareness, the various areas that this will be useful, from recruitment to adding value to clients, methods of finding out information and sources you can use, and also practice getting information from resources. So that last one we didn't really cover as much. It was more looking at them challenges and how we can put it into practice. But yeah, is there any questions at all on that? There's no questions, I'll hand back over to Hannah.
Great, thanks, Chloe. So just to kind of finish up, guys, we really just wanted to go through some kind of next steps with you. Obviously, we're aware there's a bit of a mix of you on today, so year 12s, year 13s, you're probably all in different stages at the moment. So if you are in year 13 and you're looking to start an apprenticeship programme for this year, applications are open now. So we would really advise that you put your application in as soon as possible. Obviously, you can check out the opportunities we've got on the Pathway website, but also there is our KPMG Careers website as well, which has lots more information on there. So please do get your application in, like I said, if you are interested. We're in year 12 at the moment. We would really encourage that you sign up to our talent community. So again, please Google KPMG talent community and that will come up, and you can set an alert when it comes to kind of looking for the role that you're interested in. And I know that the team at Pathway will obviously keep you updated on all of those opportunities as well. And then lastly, just really, if you are looking to make an application, do just spend some time really thinking about kind of KPMG, why you want to work there, and most especially kind of those strengths that we mentioned earlier on in the session as well. And then just a few kind of links at the bottom there. Like I said, you can keep in touch with us. You can email us on apprenticeships@kpmg.co.uk. And also you can find a lot more information on our website as well. And the link to that is on that slide for you. But yeah, I just think the last thing to say from us is just a massive thank you. Thanks so much for joining us again today. It always goes so quickly. I'm always surprised at how quickly these sessions go, but we really hope that you've kind of found some value out of attending the session today. And just want to say, yeah, like I said, a massive thank you to everyone that has taken part. And I'll hand back over to you, Max, if that's okay.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, like Hannah said, these days always go super quick, and it's been a really good day today. Loads of really good interaction. There's a couple of last questions in the chat box that we can cover. A couple of good ones. Let's have a look. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. Well, one question. So Eloise has asked a valid one about in the application, if they ask for a reference, can we quote one of your names? Now, my initial reaction would be, you can't quote somebody from KPMG if you're applying to KPMG, especially in the recruitment team, because yeah, that's not right. But in terms of reference, Hannah, to put people's mind at ease, what kind of things are you looking for when you're looking for a reference in an application?
So I suppose as part of our application process, we don't ask for references or anything like that. What you can do is there is the opportunity to, I think there's like a contact section. So you can almost say that you've heard about us through Pathway. So you can make a note there. I think it's probably a question like, how have you heard about us, or how did you find out about this application process? So you can list a contact in there if you want to kind of say that you've come through from Pathway or have attended a Pathway event. So you can add that in at that stage.
Brilliant. Somebody's asked, when's the recording going to be available? Once we edit it, obviously at the end of today, we finish the recording and then we edit it, and then it will go up onto the website probably early next week once Emily's done all her editing bit. You will find it in the watch library. Go and look for it. And if there are people that you think should have been part of today's session but couldn't make it, direct them towards the recording, okay? Ariane has asked a good question. If they join KPMG, will they be meeting you? Ariane, I'm going to say that technically, if you choose to join KPMG and you go through the application process, you're going to meet this team anyway, because they're going to be doing the application process. So you definitely will get the chance to meet them. Noah has asked a question, Hannah, and I'm going to guess that Noah might have been back from lunch a little bit late or just connecting as we announced it. But who won the task?
It was Aisha's group. So it was the group that was with Aisha and Chloe, Edmonds Brasserie was the winner today.
Fantastic. And then lastly, in the chat box, I'm putting in a link to a little survey to let us know how we did today, and any feedback that you've got for us on how we can improve today, and everything like that. The other last thing that we've got to do today is, well, like you've already asked about the recording. We know that it's going to be available once we get into next week. That will be available. Make sure that if you are thinking about applying, whether it's the work experience or later on down the line, even if it is next year, I will always be running my drop-in sessions. Remember that you are supported when you're going to look for applying to these opportunities, and you can use us to help you prepare. I can't make you pass these assessment centers. I can't make you pass the interviews, but we can help you prepare. Okay. And then I've got the last closing poll to launch now. So I'm launching it now. It's going to appear on your screen. 2 questions. Following this session, what route would you take after leaving school? And following this session, how much do you know about KPMG? How much more do you know about KPMG? So let's have a look. Following the session, what route would you take after leaving school? And following the session, how much more do you know about KPMG? Lots of responses coming in. I'm going to give it 1 more minute so that we get all the responses, but keep them coming in. Don't think too much about it. And so whilst you're answering those, somebody's asked how you can access my drop-in sessions. Go to the events page on pathwayctm.com. Go to the events page and you will see every Wednesday, 4:30 till 5:30. Just sign up for whichever Wednesday is good for you. Whilst that poll is still going, I'm waiting for a few more answers. Labib and Tunmise both had their hands up. Labib, I'll come to you first. What is your question?
I just wanted to ask, it was mentioned on the Pathway website that all those who attend the full day will receive a certificate upon completion to add to your CV. So I just wanted to ask which section of our CV we could add that, like is a professional work experience, or we should add it something like non-curriculum activities?
Me personally, I would say professional work experience, because this is, you have done it professionally with KPMG. It is a work experience, and I would put it there. I'm going to ask Hannah and her team what advice they give, because they may have a very different opinion to me.
Yeah, I would put it under work experience, like a work experience day is what I would advise.
should I title it as virtual insight?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely up to you, to be honest, how you kind of want to lay out that information on your CV. But if you have got kind of a work experience section, for example, I would, yeah, maybe put like virtual work experience day, something along those lines.
And remember as well that the point of having it on your CV is it's a pointer for us when as we recruit and we look and we read people's CVs. Everybody asks, what's the one thing that I can put on that's going to make me stand out? I'm going to be blunt. If in my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, that there's nothing that you can put that's going to make you stand out from the other thousands of people, because everybody's an individual, but we all have a lot of similarities. What I look for more is about those consistencies, about when let's say I work for KPMG and you've applied to KPMG and I'm looking at your CV and you say you've done a virtual work experience or a virtual taste today, however you title it with KPMG, that's my link to say, well, they must have an interest in us if they've spent a day doing that session. And then I would ask you more questions about it. To me, there's about 2-3 minutes left. And so that's my hook in to then ask you more about it and why you're interested, and for you to then show me your interest in the company and in this course, and then you use that as your explainer as to why you are now in front of me applying for a job in my company. That's what I would say. That's for me. So don't worry too much about how does it look on the CV, as long as you can back it up and then say, hey Hannah, I did that work experience, you were on it last year, I really loved it, and this has solidified my interest in KPMG, and this is why I'm here now, and I've put my application in. Okay, that's how I would use it. And I don't know if any of the team there have got a different opinion.
No, yeah, I would say exactly the same thing, to be honest. And also we have a part on the application form that is called work experience. So I'd also advise putting it on your application form as well. Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. Let's share those results. Let's have a look. So following this session, what route would you take after leaving school? 38% have said university, 51% have said apprenticeship, 10% still don't know. Good. Keep exploring, keep finding out, keep coming to different sessions, keep going to different events, asking questions and meeting graduates and apprentices. Keep building your knowledge base to make the decision, the correct informed decision for you. And you guys, those of you that have put, I still don't know, you might be year 10, year 11, this is early. You could be year 12, fine. Keep exploring and keep finding out. And then following this session, how much more do you know about KPMG? 1% still know nothing. 5% know a little bit more, 21% a fair bit more, and 70% know quite a bit more, and 3% are an expert now, which is good. And I want to stop sharing that now, and let me just compare. In the morning, what did we have? 57% were considering university and 35 apprenticeships, and now it's 51% considering apprenticeships and 38% considering university. So good. And hopefully we've done our jobs today in terms of informing you, educating you, giving you more confidence, and giving you lots of tools to be able to use to take forward. So thank you for all of that. And the certificates will be emailed out in the next few days, okay? Again, Rosie and Aisha will be working on those certificates and the recording to get out very, very soon. I suppose we're 10 minutes early, but it's for me to say thank you to Hannah and Chloe. Becky, are you still there? To say thank you for today. Thank you for putting the whole day together. Thank you for presenting, for running all the sessions. It's been really, really useful for everyone. So really appreciate it. No worries. Like we said, thanks so much for all joining today. And please do keep in touch if you have any questions as well. Absolutely. Use those resources that you've been given. Go and do those things that you've been asked to practice, and keep trying and keep going to sessions and keep coming out of your comfort zone, and you'll put yourselves in a really good position. Any of you that have applied,
thank you,
or are thinking of looking at work experience and want support, come to me and we will give you the support that you need. And good luck for all of your future endeavors. Thank you very much to everybody. Go and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.